Thank you so much for joining us today. We'd like to get this program started as soon as possible, and so I invite Pooja Vesh, the director of the Jehangir Nicholson Art Foundation, to get us started.
Hello, and welcome to the first day of our two-day seminar to map the map, a conversation in the clearing. This seminar is part of our programming for the ongoing exhibition, A Forest in the City, living within Sanjay Gandhi National Park and Aarey Colony in Mumbai. The exhibition presents an understanding of this forest in the city from different perspectives through extensive research and multiple collaborators, which includes architects, anthropologists, archivists, local residents, worldly artists, tribal activists, all within Sanjay Gandhi National Park and Aarey Colony in Mumbai. So central to the exhibition is ideas of representation. And the objects in the exhibition also echo ethnographic displays, which provoke a dialogue within the museum in how we categorize and speak about civilizations. We invited this project to the JNF as it offers a rethinking of representations of the city and its interface with natural habitats, as well as ideas of indigeneity, also which include folk, tribal, and contemporary art. So if we think about the origins of ethnography, the origins of ethnography lie in the colonial impulse to collect and represent others and their society, their cultures, beliefs, and artistry. These biases have also filtered through in popular imagination, as we all know, especially in the representation of marginalized cultures. Terminologies such as primitive or naive, even in art, if we think about artists around the world, renowned artists who have referred to other indigenous cultures, even those sort of high art is also viewed as an outcome of this bias. Because they're also termed as primitive and naive. And I think there's a global shift in these terminologies which have arisen out of ideas of Western modernism, and this exhibition sort of comes close to that rethinking. By using the apparatus of ethnography, but including the realities and views of those living in and deriving from the forest, this exhibition recasts and shifts this perspective. As I'll just use a quote by art historian Dr. Kavita Singh, who's observed in her paper, The Future of Museums is Ethnographic, where she says, in recent years, the remarkable self-examination undergone by anthropology has led to the remaking of the ethnographic museum. As anthropology questions its own right to collect, interpret, and speak for others, the very groups for whom previously the museum had been a site for the display of their disempowerment have now been invited into the museum and given agency there. The remade ethnographic museum now attempts to serve these source communities, and museums become places for them to reconnect with their traditions and heritages. So I think this project is remarkable in the way that it has collaborated with the marginalized communities living in the ground, like living in Sanjay Gandhi National Park, and how it presents these voices in the making of contemporary urban and ecology discourses. In the exhibition, you will find the other really interesting thing is that the exhibition gives these different ideas of representations from different disciplines. So you will find state maps, development plans by forest departments, state departments. There's also a large 24-foot drawing that is made by architects on the project, which have sort of collaborated with the locals, and it incorporates through oral histories, it incorporates these local stories and habitats of existing structures in the area. And mirroring this architect's drawing in size, one of the project collaborators, SGNP resident and worldly artist Dinesh Barap, has created this equally large 24-foot size painting in the gallery that weaves a tapestry of happenings in the forest through time, which that piece will now become a part of the JNF collection. Dinesh is also one of the first speakers today in this seminar that brings together architects, urban planners, artists, anthropologists, environmentalists, and many others on ideas, limitations, and possibilities of map and map making. Finally, I would like to thank the many, many collaborators in this project, which has been really the nature of this project from the beginning, as I understand, and especially the Kamla Reheja Vidyanidhi Institute of Architecture and Environmental Studies, the KRVIA, who have sort of put this project together over 3 years of extensive research, and as well as their co-collaborators, Pani Haq Samiti. We would also like to thank our education partner, the Goethe Institute, especially Mr. Bjorn Kettles, Amrita Nemivant, and also Robert, who is there and helping us with all the setup today. I will now hand it over to George Jacob, who is the architect, urban researcher, and associate professor at Kamla Reheja. Thank you.
Thank you, Pooja. So this, the work that has been in display at the exhibition at JNAF is a 3-year-long research project, and this project comes under the name of the Navigating the Grid: Poverty, Gender, Access to Services in India, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka. This research was supported by UKRI. The research team included a multidisciplinary set of people from KRVI Design Cell, Panihak Samiti, and Kali Billy Productions. I also take this opportunity to tell you all that the exhibition is on until July 17th, and if you haven't visited, you should be doing so. At this point, I will invite Dr. Binti Singh. She's the Dean of Research and Academic Development at KRVI, to talk about the KRVI Research and Design Cell. Dr. Binti Singh.
Welcome all of you. It's nice to see a good gathering for this project that we have been doing for 3 years now. Just to give you a brief overview of the design cell, which is now called as the Research and Development Cell of KRVIA. We have engaged with the city since its very inception in 1992, and it was incubated at a time, at a very historic moment in the history of India, because the country had just opened its gates to the new economic policy in 1991 with huge and serious ramifications on all spheres of society and culture. And education in India was being radically imagined to break away from what was repetitive and less relevant, and to respond to the needs and aspirations of the new society that emerged after India's liberalization. KRVI was established as a response to that need in 1992, and soon realized that there was a huge knowledge gap that had to be filled in. The design cell was formed in 1995 to learn more about the city. Initially it was Mumbai, but later included other cities across the length and breadth of the country, to treat the city itself as a laboratory and to use fresh knowledge to feed into our classroom and studios. In these 30 years, KRVIA R&D cell has moved from strength to strength, engaged in research concerning the built environment in different ways, built strong networks and partnerships both nationally and internationally. Both in our individual capacity and collectively, faculty members in KRVIA have added value to shaping the contours of the R&D cell and continue to do so. This present project that we see is with University of Edinburgh, with whom we had been doing this, and then we recently completed an international conference on resilience and climate justice with University of Florida. We have another important project going on with the University of Twente in Netherlands, which is about mapping informal communities. Also, to let you know that we engaged with the city in many different ways, with the eastern waterfronts or the Dharavi redevelopment since its very beginning, and also the milllands and the redevelopment of the milllands. So it's the engagement with the city and also the outside networks and the large research consortiums that we are part of. KRVA has been consistently contributing to build new knowledge and in the consumption of this knowledge through our classroom and studios. So thank you very much for participating. We look forward to your contributions in the near future as well. Thank you.
So it was one such collaboration, one such network that led to the coming together of this team and this project. in the very initial days, this was curated and discussed at the school. Rohan Shivkumar and Lisa Yorkman put together this project in the beginning and also formed the team. So right now I will ask Rohan to come step forward and uh, tell us more about this project and how it led to this form of an exhibition. Rohan Shivkumar is the Dean of the Bachelors of Architecture course at KRVI and also the project coordinator of this project. Thank you. Rohan.
So I'm going to try and keep this brief so that we can get to the amazing presentations that we have lined up. But I think I also need to talk about this moment and why are we having these events in relationship with the exhibition a little bit. So when Lisa and I were talking about the project, we realized that one of the areas that we felt was largely underrepresented within discourse around the city was the forest, the Sanjay Gandhi National Park, the Aarey. And of course, at that time, there was a lot of conversation around what is allowed in there and what is not allowed in there. And as we were having the discussion, we quickly realized at some point that a lot of the issues that the communities, both Adivasi and non-Adivasi, were facing concerning access to infrastructure was very often dependent on policies, maps that said that this is the forest line, this is allowed inside, that is not allowed inside. Okay. And we also found that in spite of that, there were communities that were trying to create ways of re-representing themselves so that they can then access that infrastructure. Whether that was, I am an Adivasi, therefore I have a right to. Right? So what we found is that there was like a battle of representation that was on. Different actors and agencies were constantly representing themselves or the forest or the Adivasi. And what was happening is that people on the ground, the residents of these areas, were being denied or being allowed access on the basis of these representations. So we felt that what would be interesting for us to think about is how these representations themselves create a sort of contested idea of the forest. So we said that maybe that is what our project will be really trying to do. It will look at different ways of representing the forest and how each of those modes of representation are making claims, denying, allowing access to infrastructure. We also realized that it was important for us to then change different points of view within the project. I think as an architect, she thinks as an anthropologist, so we felt it was really important for us to shift the gaze. And we made a decision to say that we are going to be like almost curators of conversations between different kinds of subjects, all of them who are producing the forest in modes of representation. So in our team of research itself, we had members of communities who came from the Adivasi kinds of parts of the city, as well as the non-Adivasi residents of the forest, and they were deeply involved as integral to the research right from the beginning. We worked closely with the organization, the Pani Hak Samiti and Sitaram Shelar, who of course has a lot of, connections and influence and as well as interest within communities who are living within these regions. And what we then did is that we decided that what we want to do as an exhibition, and the reason why we chose an exhibition is that we felt it was important to bring this discourse within the city where a lot of these conversations are not known. So that was where the exhibition idea came from. We also realized that part of the project, part of the research was the making of, let's say, conversations between different kinds of people. So we kind of commissioned a music project between an Adivasi singer and a hip-hop artist, a drawing project between an architect and a Varli artist, a theater project. So there were many these tiny little modules that were there, along with, of course, more kind of, I guess you could call them conventional mapping of access towards water, infrastructure, etc. that was conducted with the communities itself. So that was the idea for the project. These events are what we're calling conversations in the clearing. These are clearings within the forest where we are hoping that we can meet, that there are opportunities for different kinds of individuals, different kinds of practitioners to meet and speak to each other and just hopefully learn something from each other and maybe make friendships, new alliances, maybe hatreds, whatever, right? But these are just sort of spaces that we are hoping to create for these types of conversations to continue. And we are very happy that the JNAF, and Pooja and Tamara and everyone there has generously offered us this space to be able to hold these. We are and they've been amazing as hosts. So I just want to kind of just quickly do a quick shout out to them as well. But right now I'll leave you with this and give you back to George. Thank you.
So this kind of conversation led to the making of the project, and this kind of conversation led to discussing more about the map and the relationship of the map and the map maker, and who is the map maker and who can be the map maker, and is there a particular role that a map maker plays. And we felt that this discussion need to be broadened out and need to be discussed. So we have 4 such thematic sessions across these 2 days. I'm just going to lay out how the sessions begin. Every session will have an introduction done by one of the team members based on that thematic session, which will then followed by presentations by our panelists, and then with a Q&A session. So this is going to be the broad spectrum layout of this of today's thing. But before we start, we have to start with one of our team member who was crucial to this project. Today we will be covering 2 such sessions. One is maps and stories and maps and nature. And I would invite Dinesh Barap to come and expand on the work that he's done. Dinesh is a Wali artist and has been very crucial to our project. He's also, I would say, a visiting faculty to at many institutions. He has been also helping various other communities, and he also teaches within his own Pada. He teaches children Wali painting, and I know many of our students at the KRVM have visited him and he has also conducted an elective which was quite successful, and I know that the kids at the school, they want him to come back and do one more elective. So over to Dinesh.
नमस्ते, मेरा नाम दिनेश बरप है और मैं वारली आर्टिस्ट हूँ। मैंने वारली आर्ट मेरे दादी से सीखा है। बहुत कुछ मैंने दादी से सीखा है, जैसे नेचुरली कलर्स कैसे बनाने हैं, ब्रश कैसे बनाने हैं बाम्बू स्टिक से। तो ये सब मैंने दादी से सीखा, और दादी का आर्ट जो था वो खाली वॉल पे था, जैसे स्टोरियाँ बनाना, जैसे शादी रहेगी तो। लेकिन मैंने थोड़ा रियल स्टोरी कैसे बनाते हैं उसमें थोड़ा फोकस किया है। और मैं JNF गैलरी का धन्यवाद देता हूँ कि उन्होंने मुझे बहुत बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी दी, कि उन्होंने मुझे रियल एग्जीबिशन चालू है और उसमें ड्राइंग बनाने का काम दिया। तो वहाँ पे मैंने बहुत सारे ऐसे लोग देखे कि वाली आर्ट क्या होता है उसके बारे में उनको कुछ पता ही नहीं था। तो उसको एक्सप्लेन करना और बहुत मज़ा आया, और काफ़ी सारे स्टोरियाँ बनाई। जैसे सिटी के बीच में फॉरेस्ट है, तो उसमें काफ़ी सारी स्टोरियाँ है जो मैंने वाली आर्ट में बनाई है। जैसे 20 साल पहले एलिफेंट था नेशनल पार्क में, पहले वाला जिसमें मैंने बॉम्बे दिखाई है, जिसमें सीलिंग ब्रिज है और गेटवे ऑफ इंडिया है, म्यूज़ियम है और ज़ू है। तो यहाँ का फॉरेस्ट, जैसे रेन ट्री यहाँ पे ज़्यादा है, तो वहाँ पे जो ट्री है वो अलग है। और दूसरा जो स्टोरी है जिसमें दहीसर रिवर है, दहीसर रिवर मेरे लिए बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट रिवर है, क्योंकि मेरा जो ड्राइंग का हिस्सा या ड्राइंग बनाने का जो मेन इम्पोर्टेंट पार्ट है जो दहीसर रिवर से चालू हुआ है। जैसे दहीसर रिवर वॉक, जैसे मेरे घर पे बहुत सारे टूरिस्ट लोग आते हैं ड्राइंग सीखने के लिए, तो मैंने दहीसर रिवर से मैंने वॉक चालू किया है। तो नेचुरली कलर्स रिवर में मिलते हैं। और यहाँ पे एक स्टोरी है कि एक लेडी है जिसको फैमिली मेम्बर्स नहीं है, लेकिन एनिमल्स को अपना फैमिली मेम्बर्स मानती है, जिसमें टर्माइट हिल उसके घर में है। टर्माइट हिल उसके घर में है, बैट्स है, स्नैक्स है, तो वो उसको फैमिली मेम्बर मानती है। और पाड़ा क्या होता है? पाड़ा एक गांव तैयार होने के लिए पाड़ा इम्पोर्टेंट पार्ट है। तो इसके लिए मैंने एक छोटा सा पाड़ा बनाया है जिसमें 10 या 15 घर रहेंगे। तो पाड़ा क्या होता है और वारली तारपा डांस क्या होता है जो साल में 1 या 2 बार किया जाता है, उसके बारे में थोड़ा सा मैंने एक स्टोरी बनाया है। और 20 साल पहले एलिफेंट था नेशनल पार्क में। तो उस एलिफेंट का वहाँ के ट्राइबल लोगों के साथ कैसा कनेक्शन हुआ था कि एक बार वो ऐसे ही गांव में आता है महावत के साथ, वहाँ के लोग उसको खाना खिलाते हैं। फिर वो बार बार जंजीर तोड़ के नेशनल पार्क पाड़े में आता है, तो लोग उसको खाना खिलाते थे। लेकिन उसका वो स्टोरी का एंडिंग ऐसा है कि जिस दिन शादी थी, जैसे एक लड़की पराये घर जाती है वैसे फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट उसको ट्रक में डाल के लेके गए। तो जो उसके साथ नदी में नहाने वाले बच्चे थे, उसको खाना खिलाने वाले जो लोग थे, तो उसको बचाने के लिए बहुत रोए थे उस दिन। तो ये एलिफेंट का स्टोरी का एंडिंग था। और दूसरी स्टोरी है जैसे फर्स्ट बारिश में सब्जियां आती है फॉरेस्ट में, तो उसके लिए कामड़ी डांस करना पड़ता है। एक रूल बनाया है वहाँ के लोगों ने कि अगर हम सब्जी ला के बार बार खाएंगे तो ख़त्म हो जाएगी। तो उसके लिए एक रूल बनाया है कि साल में सब्जी आती है तो इसके लिए कामड़ी डांस करना पड़ेगा। दूसरी एक स्टोरी है जो तुलसी लेक की है। तुलसी लेक या डैम बनाया था जो ब्रिटिश आर्किटेक्चर था, उसके लिए रहने के लिए एक बंगलो बनाया है, लॉग हट उसको बोलते हैं। तो तुलसी यानी एक तुलसी लेक बनने से पहले एक छोटा सा तालाब था, वहाँ पे एक पाड़ा था, ठाकुर पाड़ा। वहाँ से उन लोगों को वहाँ से हटाया था और शिफ्ट किया था। फिर वहाँ की एक लेडीज़ एक ही रही वहाँ पे, उसने खुद का एक घर बनाया था और तालाब के पास रहने लगी थी। तो वो फिशिंग करती थी खुद। इतने सारे तालाब में मगरमच्छ होकर भी वो फिशिंग करती थी, फ़िश पकड़ के पाड़े में फ़िश बेचने के लिए जाती थी। फिर उनका देहांत होने के बाद जो डैम बन रहा था, वहाँ के लोगों ने उनका अंतिम संस्कार किया था। और जैसे प्रॉपर डैम बन रहा था तभी बहुत सारी मुश्किलें आ रही थी। डैम नहीं बन रहा था, टूट रहा था, लोग भाग रहे थे, लोग मर रहे थे। तो फिर वहाँ पे एक पुजारी को बुलाया था कि ये क्या प्रॉब्लम से या डैम को नाम देना है। तो वो पुजारी के नाम मुँह से रिसेंटली निकला था नाम कि इस डैम को तुलसी नाम देना, क्योंकि जो जिनका देहांत हुआ था उनका नाम था तुलसी, तो उनके नाम से वो डैम का नाम रखा था तुलसी लेक। और लास्ट में एंडिंग स्टोरी का है कि हमारा वसई क्रीक है। तो ये सब मैंने बनाया है सब ड्राइंग में। ठीक है।
Thank you, Dinesh. And that this particular set of narrations led to the question: how can someone talk about all of these stories in a map, or what are the limitations and challenges of a map, and how are maps probably not been able to, or the way the conventional maps are drawn, how stories are not embedded in that. So we have four panelists today. This is going to be the lineup. Kareena, Kochery and Samidha Patil, both from herbs and also individual practitioners, architects, followed by Lalitha, Kamat, then Shaina, Anand, and Aneerudha Paul. Aneerudha Paul couldn't make it physically, but he will do it online, so we are setting that up. So maps and stories. So I was reminded of Edward Soja's third space as the domain which seeks to go beyond. Simple dualistic binary approaches to enable different modes of spatial thinking. He goes on to critically reevaluate and suggest an alternative approach, one that comprehends both the material and mental dimensions of spatiality and the need for multiple perspectives to construct its knowledge. As practitioners, we are constantly looking to understand space as systemic networks instead of just its stasis component. Through the presentations in this session, I would like to draw particular attention to the idea of maps and mapping as an assemblage, thus acknowledging their contingencies and the power of dynamics embedded within them, encouraging critical engagement with how maps influence perceptions and ultimately decisions in space. That the interdisciplinary, negotiated, and participative mapping of narratives are not objective representations only, but are socially constructed artifacts that mediate our relationship with space and place. We are joined by our panelists, like I said, Kareena Kochery and Samidha Patil, Lalitha Kamat and Shaina Anand, who through their presentations will bring perspective to the evolving dialogue of the act and methods of mapping. We encourage our audience to participate in this discussion that will follow after the presentations. So I would like to now call up Kareena Kochery and Samidha Patil. Kareena Kochery is an architect, landscape planner, and partner at the Herbs Collective. She graduated with a degree in landscape architecture and regional planning from Wagh University and research in the Netherlands. She is committed to working on community-led planning processes that can help reimagine modes of urban planning and the resulting urban landscapes. She specializes in adaptive planning, programming, and shared vision building. She worked on participatory urban projects in Mumbai, Kochi, and Geneva. Samidha Patil is an architect, urbanist, and partner at the Herbs Collective. She graduated with a degree in urban management and development from the Institute of Housing and Development Studies, Erasmus University, Rotterdam. She specializes in urban housing, equity, and social justice. Based on the practice of herbs, she brings in elements of participation in architectural projects to develop community-centric designs. She has worked on urban projects in Mumbai, Kochi, Chandigarh, Ahmedabad, and Geneva. Over to both of you.
Hi everyone, I'm Kareena.
Hi everyone, I'm Samidha.
And we're happy to present on behalf of Herbs. Our team comprises Rahul Srivastav, Matthias Achanove, Geeta Mehta, Bharat, and Jay Bhatgonkar. Collectively, we have expertise in anthropology, economics, urban planning, landscape architecture, and architecture. Herbs was born in 2008 in the neighborhood of Dharavi in Mumbai. And we are an action and research collective specialized in participatory urban planning and design. We believe in embedding ourselves in the locality, and this is Dharavi's main road, and here you can see our office in the background in the maroon and yellow building. So I'd just like to say thank you for having us as part of this very thought-provoking panel, and we are eager to share our work and to learn from the other presenters. So when we were asked to be part of this Maps and Stories panel, we tried really hard to frame our work within the mandate of mapping, but this became extremely difficult to do because the map has never really been our starting point. A map, although still a very relevant tool, helps to look at places from the outside. It is a tool that allows for a gaze from above and to spatially objectify places for the sake of communication and action. And historically, this action has been to explore, conquer, or colonize. The map is still a valuable tool for urban planners, but it needs to be used carefully. What we map, who maps, and how are questions that we need to be attentive to. So while maps help with spatial readings of a place, it is still an overview, a gaze from the outside. We have been trying to develop tools for participatory urban planning, which relies less on maps and more on stories of people and places. We find that stories are a way of understanding a place from within. They include temporal aspects which are deeply entwined with the spatial. So today we will tell you 3 stories, stories that help to break through mapped boundaries. Stories that both illuminate and guide the projects that we are working on.
The first story is a sort of Genesis story. It is the starting point of our long relationship with Dharavi Kolivada and the foundation of herbs. But before we begin, we need a short prologue to talk about Kolivadas. Kolivadas are indigenous fishing villages of Mumbai, and I'm also a Koli from Worli Kolivada. On the screen, you can see on the left-hand side a cluster of islands from 17th century dotted with numerous Kolivadas. And on the right-hand side, we see the land reclaimed to convert the islands into a present-day Mumbai, a process that cut off all the Kolivadas from their traditional waters and led to loss of livelihood and displacement. Kolivadas became urbanized villages around which the city grew. The map shows Dharavi Kolivada on the banks of the Methi River with the neighborhood of Dharavi around it. Due to many reasons, the Kolivadas have been neglected and perceived as slums. The authorities trying unsuccessfully to officially classify them as such. Residents across Kolivadas came together to oppose this action of the authorities. And after a few years of litigation, managed to classify their ancestral villages as urban villages or gautans. But meanwhile, a lot of damage was already been done.
So, back in 2008, we organized a participatory workshop in Dharavi Kolivada, which we call an urban typhoon. By using the term typhoon, it intentionally evokes the imagery of a concentrated burst of people's energy that citizens of a neighborhood create. The workshops typically happen when herbs gets invited by residents or a local authority. They are usually connected to some cause or issue that the residents are trying to resolve or face in their daily life. In the urban typhoon in Dharavi's Kolivada, the Kolis were opposing a redevelopment project by the authorities which would have reduced their autonomy and threatened the identity of their Kolivadas. So the urban typhoon workshop in Kolivada saw the coming together of about 150 people from Kolivada, Mumbai and beyond. There were residents and other interested people from fields related to urban issues like urban planning, civic engineering, architecture, public administration, design, and local economists. Neighborhood explorations through walks and discussions were held, aimed at identifying local knowledge of the place, ideas for its improvement, positive or negative aspects, existing initiatives, and open questions or problematics. The local point of view was always privileged because it was the most knowledgeable point of view about the neighborhood. The invited participants or professionals came with the spirit of learning as much as possible from local participants. Technical or professional points of view remain valuable in terms of expertise and experience from other contexts. Now, all of this interacted with local knowledge to produce creative output in the form of data, information, vision building, creating programs and recommendations. And in this case, you can see that one of the teams created a Koli music archive.
The Urban Typhoon workshop allowed the emergence of stories for alternative development from within. It was the coming together of people from all over the world and the neighborhood. It became a meeting point of the local and global. Here is where we discovered the willingness amongst the Koli community to explore all types of alternative ideas for development, which is important to probe the question of form, typology, and diversity of habitats. Amongst all the output that emerged, one question that stayed with us was this: can Kolivada's self-development become an inspiration for a people-centric development of the rest of Dharavi and similar settlements around the world? We set up our office in Dharavi and tried to find answers to this question and many other questions that continued to emerge. This is a picture taken outside our very first office in Dharavi. 16 years have passed since then, and we are now finally working on an action-based comprehensive development plan of Dharavi Kolivada, which promote the user-driven incremental redevelopment of the neighborhood. Through a series of urban in situ interventions, we aim to engage the community of Kolivada in the production of a comprehensive plan for the improvement of their neighborhood. There is no master plan. The projects will emerge. It is a plan that emerges from within. It cannot be mapped because it is constantly evolving.
So the second story we will tell you is about a little ruin in Kolivada. It's a dilapidated structure tucked away in the heart of the village. The ruins indicate that the structure was made of basalt stone, lime mortar, and wood. People remember it as the customs chowki of Dharavi Kolivada, the entry port for boats to pay their dues to the colonial government. So these images show the rapid decline of the structure in the past months. We spoke to the neighbors and found out more about the story of this structure. And it was built during the British rule, used as a customs house. After 1947, it becomes a local police chowki, and then after that, 2 tenants were living inside. It was destroyed in several stages from the 1980s to 2024, and it's currently owned by the Dharavi Koli Jamaat. So right next to this structure is a little site with a rocky outcrop, and it's marked by a short ledge consecrated daily with flowers as offerings. And this used to be the seabed rock. And these are still sites that are found within Dharavi Kolivada and worshipped by the Kolis. So talking about maps, this is one of the earliest map records we could unearth showing Dharavi Kolivada. And in blue, you see the historical waterline and the location of the customs house in red, the tiny little red square. We can only imagine what it could have been like.
Discussions with Koli Jamaat and young residents have helped to create a design brief for the structure. It is a story of continuity and transformation. They want to re-establish the material memory of the structure to adapt the design to accommodate a study space, a need that emerged from conversations with the youth of the village. We have been trying to piece together this material past by talking to stonemasons and builders with experience using these materials, which is almost not there, dwindling in the city at the moment.
So out of these conversations, designs have emerged, which we continue to process. We recently presented these in the neighborhood in the Holy Maidan of Dharavi Kolivada to get more feedback and more stories to further enrich the process of design. So the proposed design tries to incorporate the residents' needs and tries to sensitively interface with the neighbors and the outdoors. It plugs into the local economy by working with contractors and artisans from Dharavi. We hope the story of the Customs House continues through this collective effort of renewal and adaptation.
The third and the last story is about the relationship of the Kolis and their environment. The Kolis are skilled at watercraft. Before Mumbai was born, they traveled by boats across the sea and the backwaters to reach their kith and kin, spread over the numerous island hamlets that eventually become the gigantic metropolis. The Kolis of Dharavi remember the sandy banks of Methi River with water as clear as glass. With Mumbai's business district, the Bandra Kurla complex looming in the background, built on the former communal fishing grounds of the Kolis.
So hidden in the mangroves, and very few people are aware of this, but there are around 45 fish farming ponds, a landscape that the Kolis refer to as khadis. So these are over 200 years old, and they're man-made, and they're very much still in use. Their ancestors could venture into the marshy waters looking for clams, prawns, and other estuarine species, but they also systematically practiced aquaculture through this network of man-made ponds. So each family is very familiar with this aqueous landscape. They are still fiercely tending to these ponds that they've inherited. The ponds are connected to the surrounding waters via sluice gates that allow salt water to enter during the high tide and prevent polluted water and garbage from entering at other times. The fish caught in these ponds are sold meters away in the fish market of Dharavi Koliwada. Over the years, insensitive development has degraded the health and quality of this amphibious habitat. The impacts of unimaginative urbanization make it difficult for the coalies to use and maintain their natural environment. So the connection of the coalies to the water is not only material but also spiritual. Godhood is attributed to the waters. As the monsoons pause on the full moon in July or August, fishing communities along the Konkan coast prepare to celebrate Narali Purnima and worship Lord Varuna, the sea god. Dharavi Koliwada worships the sea in the form of the Methi river. On this day, the neighborhood is out on the streets in full festive form, slowly merging into the procession that sings and dances its way to the banks of the river, laden with offerings of coconuts and flowers. They arrive at a site along the banks of the Methi river, a ground which they clean up and prepare for the celebrations.
But for the rest of the year, the site is used as parking for an auto garage, and the stage is used to store the boats in need of repair and maintenance. There is also an issue of dumping of construction debris, yet this story is one of the restoration, healing, and celebration. The community wants to incrementally transform this site into a garden of festivities, a place for celebration, livelihood, and recreation. With a floating dock for fishermen to park their boats and access their pond, the dock will rise and fall with the ebb and flow of the tides, an important phenomenon that guides the Koli fisher folk, which they refer as Oti and Bharti of the waters. This is when the high tide and the low tide comes. The Koli women have traditionally managed the business of buying and selling of the fish, which all of us Mumbaikars know. With this activity dwindling, their cuisine is still much loved, and they want a place for temporary food stalls that give the city a taste of Koli seafood delicacies.
So the idea is to create a series of terraces by re-leveling the construction debris and adding a layer of soil to create a substrata for vegetation to grow. The terraces also allow for the site to respond to shifting water levels across seasons. We are working with the Dharavi Koli Jamaat Trust, who are the elected representatives of the community, and alongside them, we are also talking to other stakeholder groups like women, children, and elderly residents. But out of all these stakeholders, the Fishermen's Association is the one that directly interacts with the waters and the ponds, or the khadis. We are working closely with them to reform the site through design and direct action.
We hope these stories illustrate that a spatial point of view, there is no fixed boundary. Dharavi Koliwada, like any other place, is not self-contained world, not contained by territorial boundaries alone. But it is an amphibious habitat that is affected by actions elsewhere in the city and around the world. Acts of pollution like letting untreated sewage in the river and even fishing by deep sea trawlers in the international waters, and most importantly, climate change. Kolis, like my community, is fighting for their place in the city not only because of indigenous history, but because they continue to exist in here and now. They have maintained and sustained a relationship with the landscape for their livelihood and have amassed a wealth of practical knowledge.
We believe that they hold the potential to help steer the story of Mumbai towards an ecologically sensitive and economically inclusive one. It's been a long and eventful journey since we started in 2008, and we are eager to continue our work in Dharavi, a place that's very important to us and our story, a place which has helped us develop participatory urban planning methodologies like the urban typhoon that we now export and apply to other cities in India and around the world. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Samidha. Thank you, Kareena. Our next panelist, Lalitha Kamat. Lalitha Kamat is an urbanist and planner working at the intersection of urban infrastructure, urban planning and governance, and the environment. She writes on dominant forms of urban transformations in the global south, both the structural violence of spatial transformation and processes of slow violence to urban environments. Her work demonstrates the agency of marginalized groups in challenging dominant urbanisms through ethnography, storytelling, and multimedia formats. She is deeply interested in reimagining planning practice by drawing from Fisher knowledge and the turbulences, liquidities, and temporalities of the ocean. Lalitha.
Hello, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here. Thank you so much for inviting me. So it's useful to go. I think it's the first time maybe that I've been in a session where there's going to be so much of overlap and resonance with people talking about forest and fisher communities. So really excited about that. I've been trained as a planner, and we have we are sort of brought up to have this great reverence and affection for the map. And most of us in Mumbai are in fact familiar with maps that tell very grand policy and planning stories. Most of these maps tell, so I mean, I think that I want to begin with this idea that the map plays a central role in telling these grand narratives that order the city, that reimagine the city anew from scratch. And this is something I think pretty familiar to everybody. So perhaps, this is just an old map which almost everybody in Mumbai would be familiar with. Perhaps one of the grandest stories that is told about Mumbai and its founding, its beginning, is that it's a city founded on land reclamations from the sea. And this idea of reclaiming land from the sea and the kind of incredible hubris that that brings and allows us to think of forever expansion. A second map that I want to show you is of the East Coast, and in fact is of the reclamation of the Bombay port. And this is an area that I'm going to be actually talking about today because it's an area that I've been working in with a small team for about 6 or 7 years. So this is in fact a zoom in of a big chunk of reclamation that's been done, and most of this reclamation was done in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. And of course, owing to this land reclamation from the sea, the Mumbai Port Trust today is one of the largest landowners in the city. Oh, I'm not loud enough? Okay. And so today, owing to these reclamations, the Port Trust is one of the largest landowners. Now, when we see this map, I think the first story that it really tells is that this is a site that was constructed for furthering British imperial designs. And later, it spurred me to think about what happens after this. So really, post-independence, it's Indian nationalist ambitions that we see centered around the port and the port industrial complex. So typically, this map for me centers the vision of the planner, of the policymaker, who's typically an official of some sort, a technocrat, and more recently, a developer. Now, thinking about the East Coast, the whole history of the coast and its reclamation and its industrial transformation, today we in fact have a very different coastal imaginary. Recent government interventions in fact seek to revalue what is seen as a degraded and devalued industrial landscape, and doing this through new coastal infrastructure projects, port expansion, privatization. And so you have these kinds of images. I mean, I'll show you, this is in fact talking about the coastal regulatory zone and this idea of unlocking Mumbai's coastal real estate. I believe it's an article written by Shweta and Hussain, who are sitting here today. And this is, of course, on the right-hand side, a picture of the very recently inaugurated Atal Setu, the MTHL, as it used to be known as. So one of the things for me, really, when I think about the map, and I think about what stories the map can tell, is really then to think about deconstructing the master narratives of urban development thought that the map so effectively propagates. For example, in the port picture that I just showed you, the port map, little is said or revealed through the map about the port industrial complex as having produced the East Coast as a highly toxic wetland, housing hazardous and high security industries, but also marginalized populations. And so both the coastal imaginary of the industry, which began in colonial times and then was continued post-colonially, as well as the more recent coastal imaginary that's focused very much on real estate, on leisure, on a certain sense of ecotourism. Both these kinds of coastal imaginaries build on what many scholars have talked about as the rule of property. This idea of the ordered city, the city built of property, that's underwritten by the draining of wetlands, and that in fact requires us to forget our watery histories, as Debjani Bhattacharya so evocatively talks about when she talks about Calcutta. So Anuradha Mathur and Dilip Dakuna talk about this idea of the privileging of land over water, the making of land out of water through reclamations, and this idea that this is achieved, one of the founding sort of elements of this transformation is through the map and the cartographic imagination of the map, the firm lines, the clear entities that are required to make property and to support a larger understanding of capitalist urban development. So storytelling has been used as a central plank of planning practice, of planning pedagogy, of policy and public persuasion over many years. And what all these maps have reveal is in fact a strong narrative in support of a very extractive logic of urban development. More recently, scholars have talked about also this kind of dualistic approach that they propagate, this difference or this binary between emotion and reason. So maps obviously should not talk about emotion, or planners certainly should not think about emotion, but we should focus on reason. And again, a dualism between people and place, to show place, to in fact valorize spatial transformations of different sorts, but without really thinking about the people who actually live there and in fact have made often the place what it is. So this rendering of then the space as devoid of both sacred and social relations is something that I focus a lot on in my work, and the map has been actually very useful then to think about how do we decolonize the stories that we tell as planners and policymakers. How do we decenter the planner's epistemic privilege and in fact the central role that the ordered city of property owners takes. And so I would in fact describe then the work that I've done with stories and maps as centering what's being seen as a decolonial turn in planning through storytelling, where stories then are told from situated places, from social groups who have conventionally not been heard and seen or thought of as possessing expertise, and to showcase then another way of sensing. And so I'm going to tell you quickly, and George, you can tell me if I run out of time, but 2 stories about reimagining coasts differently, telling stories based on fishers and the lived experience of fishers, and the very different kinds of mapping processes that I and a team have undergone as a result and in order to tell these stories. And the hope is really then that through this work I can bring new vocabulary to expand conventional mapping processes, practices, and the people then who produce this kind of knowledge. So I want to begin by in fact just showing a very different kind of map of the creek, which forces us to think then of fishing villages of the Kochery community that hug the Thane Creek and reveal in fact older, now largely forgotten traditions of inhabiting this coast based on what Mathur and Dakuna call living amidst wetness. So the maps I showed you right from the beginning talking about these grand plans for the coast, both the current as well as past coastal imaginaries in fact cast aside fishers. And one of the reasons I argue for this is because the paradigm of fishers, the paradigm of habitation of fishers is in fact very much opposed to the fixity and the claims that property ownership demands. They live in fluid terrains that shift, that are seasonal. They understand time and space rather differently. And as I want to show you, in some sense, this mode of habitation is diametrically opposed then to the sort of the propertied city that the plan so effectively describes and in fact moves us toward. The two stories that I'm going to tell focus both on two processes that are sort of simultaneously ongoing. One is a process of estrangement that fishers are currently undergoing from the sea and sea-based livelihoods. And this is largely due to current ways of imagining and making the coasts that hinge on polluting the sea, that hinge on enclosing it, on privatizing this. So even today, as many fishers do no longer want their children to fish, their estrangement is marked by struggle and processes of reclaiming. So the work that I do, in fact, talks very much about how reclaiming implies actions that recall the erased past, but in new political acts. And the aim and the endeavor here is to then, in fact, seek to make a new future, not just for fishers, but for even city dwellers to think about. So the first story that I want to highlight, and is that what I... Okay, so I'm going to play you, it's a small GIF. No. So this is a very small depiction, a small GIF of the reducing boundary of the Trombe Koriwada that we've been working in for some years. And it's drawn, in fact, through community mapping processes. Because one of the interesting things that we faced when we would talk to the Koris about, from this Koriwada, about home, about they would use multiple terms sort of exchangeably. So they would talk about home, they would talk about their village, they would talk about stories of not just where they lived, but also the adjoining expanse of seashore lands, the marshy interface with the sea, the coastal seas where they did fishing activities. So the village, very clearly, as it came through in their stories, transcended then simple land-sea boundaries and workplace-residence boundaries. And so they transcended these sort of divisions to include then fishing commons that spanned the land, the mangroves, the sea. And all of these commons they saw as being produced collectively over many years and decades of customary use. So commons they understood as spaces that nobody exclusively owned, but in fact were created and produced through the collective labor of fishing. And these commons, these spaces, span not just land but sea, but also were imprinted with memories of human and non-human relations, of past activities, of affect, different kinds of relations. And the interesting thing is how the Koriwada then remembers their village boundaries is very starkly contrasted with how the state maps their boundaries. And this map or this GIF was really to show how, what we began with here is really, okay, so it won't let me replay it. But the initial, this big boundary that I wanted to it's fine. The initial big area that I wanted to show was really how they talked about their remembered boundary. And remember that this is not an owned boundary, but a boundary that was of their commons, of spaces that they used communally, and that they also collectively governed. And the boundary that you show in the end, that I showed in the end, this really tiny little boundary is just the official boundary that in fact today encloses the Koriwada by roads on 3 sides. And that's the official boundary that's marked in the map, in all the development plans and official records. And so fishers in fact deeply resist this kind of enclosure. And one of the things that in the story what I highlight is really about how after Indian independence, the government in fact assumes stewardship of these commonly owned lands. The aim of course is to allocate them for public purpose, but in practice what typically happens is that they are privatized. And so the fishers in Trombe have been struggling since the 60s for ways in which for the government to recognize these lands as their own. And so there's a long paper trail, there's been a long case But the efforts really have been particularly blocked as property values have hugely increased in Mumbai. And so you see in the late 80s what happens is the government, the Maharashtra state, sells 25,000 square meters of the Koriwada's common land to the Best, the public company, for building a bus depot. And so this then becomes a struggle between this kind of state-sanctioned enclosure, and what then Fishers start doing is in fact using the grounds of enclosure itself as a ground for new political action. And how they do this is really through embodied practice. So what I want to show you here is really, it's hard to, so I've just shown it through a number of visuals, but what we were trying to do is map how this space in fact continues to operate today, which is more than 25 years, 20 years after they've lost the court case and the land is officially and legally under the Best. So today what they seek to do is to then recast the meaning of enclosure, recast the meaning of this ground through an everyday practice, which is just using their bodies. So they persistently use this disputed land, which is now legally owned by the Best, in a number of ways. So they use it in the morning, it's a wholesale market, then it becomes a retail market, then subsequently you have fish drying that happens, and there are 2 cycles of drying that occur in the morning and in the afternoon, and then in the evening you see that it becomes a playing ground. Every year, annually, there's a festival of Trombe Koriwada festival that they have also in this ground. And so basically you see that the way in which this ground is shaped and governed and used is shaped in fact by the rhythms of the local ecology that guide their artisanal fishing practices. And so this is something that I really found so interesting as a planner to think about, that fishers measure time then not in standardized minutes and hours. So for us, a minute today is the same as a minute next year or a minute 5 years from now. But for the fishers, that's not the case. They measure time and the rise and fall of water. And this temporality in fishing varies in the day, it varies across seasons, and it's connected then to temporality and land use, because then you see how this ground, in fact, and its uses change over time and as per the seasons. And so it allows then these spaces to be occupied and shared by many groups for undertaking many activities, where no one person owns or has exclusive rights over the space. And so we've been using this and trying to think about this idea of how do then fishers then, this idea of the ceaseless movements that in fact transgress official boundaries of the state. How can we think of this as just going beyond a struggle against privatization? In many senses, I argue that what it actually does is through their use, Koris in fact seek to transform the space of the enclosure itself and the legal property relations that this space encodes. And they seek to in fact transform and change the space into some other kind of space. And so this process is one of then reclaiming, and it's not interestingly led by any single person or institution, but in fact, as fishers engage in everyday temporal appropriations of space that makes this land effectively theirs, it's in fact engaged in by a lot of different people. And there are very interesting stories about how in the previous picture, the picture on the right about the fisher sitting in front of the bus, that's literally how they will not give even a centimeter. And the idea is really that this is our space. And so even moving a centimeter will mean that the bus will take 1 centimeter more when turning. So you see these kind of rhythms of the fish market together with then the bus serving its purpose as, as a bus depot. All of this is ongoing today in the Trombe Koriwada. The second story that I want to, and this is a quicker story, is really one which I'm calling right now this idea of from sea spirit to oil terminal. And it's this map, if you look at, you have to look at it quite closely because initially it doesn't mean a whole lot. But if you look at it closely, you will see actually it's a map of looking at undersea pipelines. And if you, this is the Trombe Koriwada, and this is Peer Pau, which is, which is a place that's sacred to the Koris. They talk about how when they boated in the creek or when they went for fishing, it involved taking the blessing of spirits and saints while at sea. I think the previous presenters also talked about some of these sacred relations. And so for the fishers, Peer Pau, which is as I said, which is mapped in many, some of the oldest gazetteers. It symbolizes a sacred place at the southern tip of Trombe in the sea, near to which their ancestral deity resides. And so they talk about how their village, in fact, took its name from their dev. But in 1922, Pir Pau was colonized by the Mumbai port as an offshore berth for handling petroleum, oil, and lubricants. And since then, and first it was done during colonial times. At that time, it was Burma Shell and Esso, and subsequently post-Indian independence, these became BPCL, HPCL, and then you see the perennial sort of transfer of trucks and oil refineries that are then approved in Trombe and in Pir Pau, which becomes, you have a new jetty commissioned in 1996 and a second chemical berth in 2016. And so what then this means is the fishers, when they fish every day, they're well aware of the dangers of living in polluted waters. And amidst the spill of oil and chemicals, and in fact, increasingly because environmentalists are so active watching and monitoring, the Port Authority and has found it in fact easier to transport leaky, coal in barges and oil in undersea pipelines, because then it's far away from the sort of prying eyes and watchful gaze of environmentalists. And so one way to think about this absence, and this is an area where it's highly securitized, the eastern coast, it's very difficult to go and to monitor. There's no pollution data available. And we were refused permission, in fact, to go. And so one of the questions really that emerges is then how can you actually map this kind of toxicity? How do you understand what it does to people who live in this and work in these areas? And so Pushpa, this is a picture of Pushpa, who's a Kajindar fisher, which is a subsistence type of fishing where, she uses her hands and wades in the intertidal zone when it's low tide to catch crabs and a small type of fish called newty. And she, in fact, here, we had a long conversation and where she doesn't actually say very much, but shows us, in fact, the harms wrought on her hands and feet by years of wading in the contaminated marsh. And so, can we think then of the body as being a repository, as being a container where we can, in fact, think about what this kind of contamination does? So I want to actually show you how, when we talk to fishers about how do they understand the sea, how do they fish in the sea, how do they understand space in the sea, I want to show you a very small, oops.
पण पाणी भरताना जो टायमिंग असतो तो आपण मिस नाही करू शकत आणि ज्या टायमाला पाणी थांबतं ना त्या टायमाला तुम्ही तिकडे ते सजावर पोहोचलेच पाहिजे आणि जेव्हा होडी फिरते त्या टायमाला ती जाळी लावायला सुरुवात केलीच पाहिजे कारण काय तो टायमिंग निघून गेला की आपली जाळी लेट लागणार मग आपण उशिरा वाढणार मग ते मच्छीमध्ये भरपूर आपला फरक येतो सहज म्हणजे एक आपली ठराविक जागा असते जसं आपलं घर असतं तसं पाया वगैरे मजबूत करून आपण एक बिल्डिंग उभारतो तसंच आम्ही पाण्यामध्ये जाऊन त्याच्यामध्ये काठी पिठी बांधून त्यांना रशी बिशी बांधून त्याच्यामध्ये रशी बांधून त्याला जाऊ म्हणजे जागा ती तयार करतो आणि त्या जागेला म्हणजे सहज बोलतात आणि त्याच्यावरच जाळी लावतो आणि ती पारंपरिक एक जागा आलेली आहे की अशी नाही की बाबा तुम्ही दिली आम्ही दिली असं नाही ती म्हणजे आमच्या पंजोपासून आजोबापर्यंत नंतर वडिलांपासून नंतर आमच्याकडे आलेली आहे
Yeah, okay. So you just heard Vinod talking about Saj and their fishing stakes, which are really areas that they see as ancestrally handed down to them over the years and that they use, but certainly do not own. And so this is a map, in fact, that we found after talking to the fishers about their fishing stakes, which shows, in fact, it's a 1672 map. And if you look closely, here you will actually see this area is actually written here saying fishing stakes. So there are very old maps that exist that in fact show the existence of fishing stakes in the sea well before you see any other kind of port activity, for example. And so fishing stakes establish fishers' presence in these waters even before the city's formation. And so importantly, their claims to space, they try to make these claims using not just the material idea, the material stakes of fishing, but they also seek to use this idea of how can we claim these not just as an indigenous artisanal fisher? Because I think the predominant story when you talk about Adivasis or Koris for that matter is typically seeing it through the lens of indigeneity. But what's interesting in the case of Koris, because they are very much also urban dwellers in the city, and I want to show you the next map, which is really actually not so much a map but a table, and this is taken from the Gazetteer of Bombay City and Island, and this in fact highlights that one of the entry points here, so this is looking at the Bombay rental revenues of 1727, and if you look here, you actually see there's one item under Korivadas, which is saying that this is one of the items of land revenue, which is a head tax collected from every Kori for the liberty of fishing and following other occupations. So not only in this table, which depicts in the colonial times the kind of taxes that were placed on the head of coolies, but you also see subsequently they talk about how they in fact paid to the customs department what they see as a tax for their such, which was based on which they saw almost as a license in order to use these fishing areas. And so fishers, what they do is they in fact articulate their claims not just as the indigenous fisher, but also as the tax-paying Indian citizen of the modern sort of nation state. And I think this is something interesting. It's not just a claim that's vested in something in the past, because for the MTHL, the Atal Setu that I showed you earlier, when this project was being constructed, they actually had to, because of the pressure from Koris, they in fact had to make one of the items of compensation those that in fact have their such. So what we see is that this is a claim that is not just about the past, but also nested in future-oriented projects as well. I'm going to, this is the last part. I've given you some of the glimpses of the ways in which I've been thinking with and using maps. You will see, as in many cases, the hard lines of the map have in fact provoked me to look at the ways in which it can be blurred, shaken, unsettled. In some cases, how the map becomes then the entry point. One actually tries to think about what are the grand stories being told and what are then the silences, what is in fact the absences that are not accounted for. And in fact, who are the absences is in fact almost a bigger question here. And so I'm just going to end, I'm not going to go into this in detail, but I've been working on this idea of how do we think then about a different way of reclaiming our coasts, and how do we think of indigenous reclaiming compared to what I started with in the beginning of the presentation as this idea of state-led reclaiming, where state-led reclaiming in fact is premised and based on this idea of a double colonization, as Gyan Prakash talks about it. Colonization of people, but also a colonization of the sea by the land. And so this idea of reclaiming becomes conflated with state action for improving lands, and in some cases for reclaiming lands, to make them suitable for intensive use. And this is very much a Western liberal notion hinging on property. But the fishers, in fact, use reclaiming in its older form. So the first usage of the English language word, of the etymology of the term reclaiming, is really about a cry of no, the action of claiming something that's taken away. And in fact, opposing then an oppressive practice, and in fact seeking then to remake it on more just terms. So this is, I'm going to end here, but thank you so much for giving me the chance to have this and engage this conversation.
Thank you, Lalitha. Our next panelist is Shaina Anand. Shaina Anand has been an independent filmmaker and media artist since 2000. Her works are informed by an interest in media and information politics and by a critique of documentary form and process. Shaina formed the Mumbai-based Chitrakar Khana for independent experimental media in 2001. She is a co-founder of CAMP along with Ashok Sukumaran, an artist studio in the city cultivating radical artistic practices. CAMP are interested in ecology shifting in interventions and experiments in technologies of our time, which are now embedded in different worldly forms. As a group of 5 people with many long-term collaborators, their practice produces artworks and also long duration and often large-scale ongoing experiments and infrastructure. In 2008, they co-initiated Padma, Public Access Digital Media Archive, an online archive of densely text annotated video material made available made available both online and for download in non-commercial use, and the sister archive India Cine Dotma archive in 2013. Camp is based in Chuim Village, Mumbai, where they have run a rooftop space of artistic and intellectual activity since the last 15 years. Shaina.
Thank you, George. Thank you, KRVIA, JNAF, and Goethe Institute for this nicely crowded evening. Please settle down. There's lots of space in front and chairs as well. Students, settle down. Thanks, Lalita. It made me think of the work camp has done over many years with seafarers in the Western Indian Ocean, for whom, as we liked to say, the sea between Bombay, the Gulf of Kutch, the Gulf of Persia, the Red Sea, and the Gulf of Aden was this non-national, anti-imperial country of the sea. But today we're in city and forest, so I going to take you to some forests we have seeded in the city. The word for world is forest. This is the title of one of Ursula K. Le Guin's science fiction novels, written in the early 70s. It was an anti-colonial critique of human settlers versus multi-species coexisting actors, where the metaphor of the forest was a kind of collective consciousness. The word for world is forest. This title keeps coming back to me more and more in recent times, when we seem to have descended into an essentialist world of reduced identities and their incumbent politics. But it also resonates with me as it takes me back to early conversations we at camp were having about the World Wide Web, yani ki internet. So this World Wide Web, for us, the word for the internet or the World Wide Web was forest. And what do I mean by this? I'm talking about 16 years ago, 17 years ago, when we set up camp, and this thing called the internet was new. It's a time not so long ago where this internet, this new thing, had radically egalitarian potentials and ways to be claimed by one and all. We could be unnamed creatures in this internet. It was to be a forest where we could hide, where we could organize, where we could devolve, and then evolve a new ecosystem, a matrix. And I'm using matrix here in its original sense as a womb, where we could build and nurture a possible world, or rather many worlds and irreducible worlds with differently ordered hierarchies and new commons, forests, many forests, with interconnected root systems, interoperable systems. This is the world, the internet, as a forest we would talk about. And these were conversations, not in the clearing, but in these deras, in these encampments or camps that we were having just around when Facebook was opening up to the public. And this is exactly around the time we then were still claiming the internet as our forest and birthing Padma, Public Access Digital Media Archive, or PUD.MA online. We wanted to seed this forest from kernel to root to core and collectively care for it, give and take from it, parasite into it, and then graft from it hybrid new limbs without the infection of purity, to borrow from the Xenofeminists Manifesto. So here is Padma, established in 2000 and 7. And essentially, we wanted to just come together to build a non-state archive of the contemporary. And who would its inhabitants be? Who would its creatures be? Who would its indigenous First Nation be? Who would its fishers be? It was us, filmmaker, activists, coders, artists, cultural practitioners, and subjects in the city, right? We were interested not just in the clearing, which I can say as a finished film, but actually in that forest, the footage, all of it. And we wanted to care for it, we wanted to seed it, we wanted to share it. And this was our claim for a forest. And you can see, I can't spend time showing you Padma, but hey, it's online. And if you wanted to know how to use it, we exist in the city in a little clearing, so you could come to studio. Hello, okay, come to know more about it or spend time with it online. But you can see how it has contributions from various cultural practitioners, various filmmakers, and our whole idea was to archive together, collectively, our practices, our processes, to build this ecology and this ecosystem in which we can all coexist and thrive. And this is crucial for us because our histories, I already saw several presentations in silos, and I was yearning to see more, but like the Kohli archive, right? We need to be able to see these things together in commonality and in solidarity. So I'd like to take the, or maybe you want to see a bit of Padma. We can. So for example, the only time we did use the map interface, it exists, it's inbuilt inside Padma, was as ways to see how cinema was filmed in the city, right? So this is Saeed Mirza's Salim Langre Pe Matro. And it takes you to a particular point in the archive, this thing tagged in blue, which is, say, Karnak Bridge.
मेरा नाम सलीम पाशा है। पब्लिक मेरे को सलीम लंगड़ा बोलती है, बरोबर बोलती है। काय को? अरे बोलेगा तो मेरी चाल में थोड़ी चमक है। बहुत सलीम है इधर, एक लादी पलटेगा तो 4 मिलेगा। सलीम चेचक, सलीम कानिया, सलीम टेम्पो।
So बहुत सलीम है इधर, एक लादी पलटेगा तो 4 सलीम निकलेगा. So here you could really palto these 134 Salims that you see in the archive and go off on a sort of epistemological adventure, or you could come to it with things you are really looking for, right? Especially you guys as students, right? Before going out in the field, before going to Dharavi, Koliwada, yet again for your thesis project, you need to look into the archive, right? So this is what Padma allows for, very dense annotations, layered annotations, a sort of permanent kind of marking up of things that you could cite, right? Now think about reading an academic book, right? And when you see footnotes and references and then you say, okay, I need to go get hold of that book, right? But how about it if you could just click that reference and it takes you to that page in that book, right, for free. That's the kind of collective commons we were trying to build. And so I'd like to take this idea of the clearing or the conversations in the clearing in a positive light, right? In this kind of archive where we say care for your footage, annotate it, highlight it, tag it, give the care to your raw footage that you'd give a finished film and, seed this forest. Now comes us, the parasites, right? How can we take from this and what can we do from this? You know, what else can we sprout? What else can branch out? What can be thick branches, leaves? What can be hybrids? What can be mutants? What can we graft out of this archive? And this is what is possible inside Padma. This is how artists and filmmakers and practitioners use it. So clearing, in one sense, can be seen as a kind of publishing, but not by felling the forest, right? Not by saying this is my finished film and my footage is lying under the table, right? Or mistaking the wood for the trees. Here the clearing is this kind of beautiful, lucid culling from the archive, but it's sitting on top of the forest, right? The forest didn't disappear. So that's really what our seeded forest in the city is about. And one of the sort of very practical examples that came out of this archive, as it grew in 15 years, it had a lot of our stories from Bombay City, right? And so we built a project called Ghar Mein Sheher Hona, or city housing in a cultural matrix, which is kind of like, you could say it's a 6-hour movie that takes you from an imagination, a sheher or sapna, a Janta colony that was imagined in 1950, Raj Kapoor Shri 420, but it takes you to the real Janta colony in Trombay that was then demolished after it was settled over 20 years in the emergency to make way for the new BARC. And all of this in our city housing series is preceding, say, Anand Patwardhan's Hamara Sheher, right, which is 1982, which somehow for a long time was the go-to film, right, or the first film on housing in the city. So what happens in our housing history story is you could sit back and watch a film, watch it as a lecture performance. It's actually been taught at KRVI and at C as well. But when you want to pause and you want to go into the forest or into the whole archive, you merely have to go there. And it kind of takes you there. I'll just play a bit.
Our last image in City Housing in a Cultural Matrix Part 1 was of a screening of Anand Patwardhan's film Prisoners of Conscience at Cheetah Camp on the anniversary of the destruction of Janta Colony, Black Day. Here it is appearing years later on the cover of Ashish Rajadaksh's book, which is a journey in reverse from the present into the emergency.
So when you pause, you can go into the book, you can go into Anand Patwardhan's Prisoners of Conscience, or you can go deeper into what happened when Janta Colony people were settled in Cheetah Camp, right? And so these kind of ways of layering these stories in this kind of from the forest is what I wanted to bring to you all today, right? That we can together seed these beautiful places. I'm going to go into a second part of our project. Sorry for rushing through this archive, but like I said, you could come and visit it online and as well as in our studio. Now, to this desire to build utopian worlds, as we were trying to build in this internet with this forest, that can be mapped differently, this desire keeps us sane, alive, and responsible to stay with the trouble, to borrow from Donna Haraway. But there is also a militant desire in us in camp to intervene and to understand how our world is seen, how it's read, and to claim more tools of power, right? So today I'm going to focus on just one more aspect of our practice, which was understanding CCTV as a medium. And this is very close to mapping, because in all our forays over the last 20 years into black boxes of CCTV control rooms, these are rooms where the virtual twin of the city is seen, right? These are black boxes. This is where controlled society is working at its best. And there has been a desire for us to, let's say, understand it as a medium, then claim those images, then claim the technology, and then take the medium and the technology to its extreme edge and throw it down and see what can happen. But to do all of this collectively. So I'm going to quickly show you a few examples. Here is us in 2008 in the UK, where there's one camera at that point for every 6 subjects, and Ghuspetias and migrants and infiltrators and travelers. We decided to enter one of these CCTV control rooms, right? That is hardwired analog wires in our built environment and going into this black box. So here we are, but once we get access in, which is sort of a privilege now acquired to us, it behooves us to redistribute that access, right? That privilege. So we opened up the control room to locals, to members of the public who could sign up for these sessions, right? Where they could see their city. Literally, its virtual twin, and how it is being mapped from control rooms, right? How their behavior is being mapped and literally controlled from there. Can you have the lights there?
I just think it's a bit 1984-ish almost. This is 10 years old, so it is due for the upgrade basically. Oh. Which is, as far as we know, like they've just pulled a building down here, Oxford, and there's a brand new building. Apparently we're going to be relocated in there with a whole new system.
So again, CCTV Social, whose material was the missing image, right? What does this control room look like, and can we enter it? Once that was done, our privilege was already redistributed with people who came in. The material enters this larger forest, right? Where it's actually been traversed upon with painstaking annotations by several researchers who've returned to that material from time to time. In a sort of extension of this CCTV map, right? We were in Manchester, where there was an IRA bomb that had dropped into the old mall, and the Manchester Mall that time was like the Elco arcade. But when the IRA bomb exploded, they used it as an excuse to kickstart a massive regeneration program. They even said saved by the bomb, and every cloud has a silver lining. And you know, Manchester, which is the first industrial city in the world, was then trying to win the Olympics commission and so on. But when this new mall, which turned out to be the largest mall in all of Europe, grew over the old Elco arcade, its footprint increased, and it really ate into the old industrial city center, right? Where Marx and Engels wrote the condition of the working class and thus capital, and the manifesto in the Cheetham Library, Market Street, Cotton Exchange. This new mall sat down over this footprint, right? And so if you see the CCTV Market Door, Exchange Square, you can actually see that old city now inside a CCTV map. So it was important for us to, again, not just enter and access it, but as you saw the release form that scrolled up, we actually had over 100 members of the public sign these image release forms, because under the Data Protection Act in the UK, if you felt you were being watched, you could claim your footage. So we kind of made this public call for the footage, and we actually managed to access it because several people in that ambit of the brand new 206 digital cameras in that mall could had made a collective claim for their footage. Again, material is available for you to see as well. Now, as we were in this control room, so we understood CCTV. We claimed the images. But then we were like, 206 cameras here, or as you saw the other guy in the control room saying, you can still be seen, it doesn't matter, right? All this matched cut continuity, multicam that's going on. We were like, chalo, ek se kya hoga, right? And so we bought one camera, because the idea was also then to use the technology and to understand it. And here is that one camera on top of a building in the Muslim quarter of Jerusalem in Palestine, Al-Quds. And it's sitting on, it's housed, you can see the little dome there. Not this is Dome of the Rock, but this dome is our CCTV camera, which is not, of course, hard soldered into the built environment, but sitting in this makeshift box in what a close friend and colleague of ours called a tripod made of stones, which is the house, right, or the house. And 8 Palestinian families filmed by watching this live feed on their television sets from the safety of their homes and told you their stories of their life in their very, very contested city of Jerusalem. I'll play you a little clip of just one family.
هو ليش هندورنا وهاي بجد جرسنا ايه ده كان تلميذنا برميل تبعنا ذكريات
والبرندة هذا جوزي بناها حط كرميد بناها تعبنا عليها هذا الأصغر الطائر من عندنا بس فيه غسيل من هون جورجيا بس فيه غسيل مش عم تقدر ندخل من هذا الشباك لا صح we can go inside to the house it's my anchor rooms it's the window for my anchor rooms كم لا معلش ما روم كم ما يقدرش And they put this camera here, I will let you see it. Because they don't want us to do anything, but they want to take it. Anything we do it.
So in this case, the camera that's filming the camera is not on the roof of their own house, because as you can see, they're looking into their house. They were evicted. And they are sitting in their neighbor's house in a solidarity protest tent and filming from there.
Like we don't do anything. Yeah, they give it for us decisions that we have like to leave to be far in the house from the house 150 meters.
So they're filming from 150 meters
my
away.
brother and my cousin. around the houses.
The kids whose voices you heard earlier.
I want to let you see the trees died now.
الليمونة ايش صار فيها؟ وين الليمونة؟ هي الاسم شوف الليمونة هاي نشفت هاي
لا بسقوها
ولا شيء حتى لا بقشوا ولا شيء اليوم 51 يوم نعلم ما قشوش الدرجات برا 61 يوم ولا قشوا ولا نتفه
61 days since they were evicted, so her lemon tree hasn't been watered. That's the mum. And I'm going to cut to, so here again, here's the footage, the raw footage, again annotated by scholars, by other activists. It's used in Palestine a lot as well. And of course the finished work, the finished film is also online, but if you want to go in, it's really an archive of And the same family, the Hanoun family in Sheikh Jarrah, who you just saw, is still struggling. But it's a very, very powerful mapping of the city via CCTV, but in the hands of Palestinian families who were telling their stories over it. And I'm going to quickly cut to, again, one such camera. But if you saw in 2009 in Jerusalem, it was VHS quality. Right now it's 4K. This is during the pandemic, and this is a camera we put up, again on a tripod made of stones, but this tripod was secret. No one's supposed to officially know, but the Four Seasons Hotel on E. Moses Road, right? You can see Parel on this side and Worli on this side, but the camera could actually see up to Prongs Island, which is beyond Kolaba on this side, and into Bandra in the north. But we took this camera, parasited this tripod chat, but where was the control room? It was with everybody. It was online and could be accessible on people's phones. It was the pandemic. You could control this from wherever you were going. And you could call shots, you could recall shots. This is what the cops do, right? The cameras have this patrol function. So you can say train station, 10 seconds, you log that point. Then you say traffic light, then you say bus stop, and this, what's called unmanned, keep going round. So this patrol function we hacked into, we took it to its extreme. We said, how slow can your pan be? How long and beautiful can your tilt down be? How extreme can the zoom be? How slow or fast can that zoom be? And these controls were shared with many people. So all of us, in that sense, had a claim to this camera in, of course, a very contested environment that has been spoken about earlier as well by the Dean, the Mill, Girangaon, and Worli. So just playing you a little bit. It's a 7-channel installation. Everything is filmed from that single camera you saw. And as it scans the landscape, suddenly each view, each faceted view, detects a scene of crime and zooms in. So this one detected Palais Royal. It's still one camera, but the screen on the left is Prongs Island behind Gita Nagar and Machimar Nagar in Kaf Parade. Remember, we're on E. Moses Road. That one is scanning another scene of crime. I guess you know what building that is. And that one zoomed into Samudra Mahal. Again, long history of where white-collar criminals live, Rana Kapoor, Nirav Modi, Harshad Mehta, you name them all. But I'm going to be silent now and want you to see just raw, without the music, a little bit of one of the screens, right? So that was Palais Royal, which was the scene of crime and began to tilt down. Eventually, all 6 screens, all 7 screens tilt, and you see the city falling in these new longitudinal mappings, right? These slices, but the slices contain a lot of things in them. So here we are still tilting down the 21 illegal floors of Palais Royal because there was a stay. And the stay had been lifted. They can now have those 21 illegal floors, and the engineers were back. At the back you can see that's Mahindra Towers, which has some museum of everyday life in it. We're still on the Palais Royal slice, which was actually Sri Ram Mills. So you can see the MADA housing given to a fraction of the Sri Ram Mill workers who are yelling up. And then you see there, standing on BDD Chaul's Worli, Ashok Salvi and Praveen Nerunkar, very resolute in fighting their redevelopment with Shaporji, Palonji. And we're still going down, right? This is still illegal floors of Palais Royal. That is the MADA housing. And those guys that were on the BDD Chaul, they're now walking there, right? How did they get there? And if you look closely, Praveen has a phone. Is he calling the shots? And Praveen is now sort of the lead person in what is the GKSS, the Girni Kamgar Sangharsh Samiti. And this is his daily flânery, right? Walking through Parel and Worli, still trying to get the housing that was promised to mill workers. So we're still descending, and we've come to what is the floor of the Sri Ram Mills compound, and what will now be the compound of Palais Royal, whose final parking area we've reached. And there's the gate of Reliance, there's one gate of the Sri Ram Mills compound, and Praveen is back. And this time he's talking to Raju Padavi, who was forced to take the VRS, voluntary retirement. And we've left Sri Ram Mill compound, and now we're in Bharat Mills compound, which is India Bulls Blue, one of the India Bulls Blue.
So meanwhile,
and so on.
I want to see and to think, I want to show you and talk what the Japanese film theorists call Fukeiron, or landscape cinema, where the landscape itself will show you what happened to politics. I want to escalate my privilege into a kind of distribution and not pretend it doesn't exist. I want to see and to show, of course, not only optically. I want to sense, I want to hear. We want to make new bamboy mixes out of everything. I want to listen with my eyes. I want to film with my ears. I want to keep my skin alive. I want to not just touch the sky, but look from there with you and you and you. I want to see at night. I want to see darkness and lightning. I want to be taken to the question of which images are missing here, as all the best films do. I want to see what this place means, what it's doing to us, what have we done to it. I want to see the sea, not only what you want me to see. I want to see dreams and reality collide. Shair aur sapna, as Shaina and Abbas already said. So let's keep our eyes open. Let's keep our eyes open. Eyes may not be enough, of course. Let's grow new eyes, new ears, new elbows, fingertips, kidneys, skins. We may have to unlearn ways of seeing and eating and hearing. We may have to cut off some old arms and old habits. But let's keep making these new eyes, and let's keep these new eyes open for possibility, for solidarity, and for the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shaina. This is going to be our last panelist for this session. Aneerudha Paul. Aneerudha Paul is the director of the Collaborative Design Studio and professor at the KRVI. He has been the coordinator of the Research and Design Cell, KRVI, for the Mill Lands project and the Eastern Waterfront projects. He also led the project team for Mumbai at the Century Cities exhibition at the Tate Modern London in 2001. He has been teaching at the KRVI since 1993 and has been instrumental in formulating the urban studies, environmental design, and theory of design programs courses there. He has presented papers on urbanism and pedagogy at various locations in India and internationally. Paul, over to you.
So this project, I'll just explain this project to you. 3 parts. The project, a project introduction. Okay. Then how we have used videos, especially for actually telling a story, and what do we find from these stories. I think this is very clear, simple, divided into 3 parts. Okay. So first, let me tell you about the project that we are doing. So this project is a project on informal. It's called the informal shared mobility. Okay. The name sounds big, but this is something we all experience every day. And this is located in the peripheries of Mumbai, that is in the Vasai Virar sub-region in Nalasopara. So it speaks about the last mile connectivity after people alight from the railway station, and a very important service provided by the auto rickshaw drivers to connect to your homes. Okay. And it is in the face of the fact that governments don't actually are able to provide public transport. They know that public transport always is not feasible in many places. So these paratransit, they informally organize to provide this very, very important service, though it is not recognized as public transport or given the importance of public transport. It is generally understood that there are a lot of negative aspects associated with this system. Either they are like set to create congestion or pollution. Okay, that's the basic perception of theirs. Okay, so what we will do here is we will just run through this project, and we will see how we have used videos to look at the whole act of storytelling. Somewhere it's okay. So the next slide. Okay, just the team. So this is, let me tell you about this project, about the full project together, that we are a part of a consortium, a larger consortium. Okay, the consortium is led by the Columbia University, the School of Climate Studies. Okay, is led by Dr. Jacqueline Klopp. Okay, and this project is funded by the Volvo Education Research and Education Foundation. Okay, and what this project does, it sets up 9 living labs in the global south, of which Mumbai is one. Okay, so Mumbai, like Spark, through Spark, we had started this living lab. Okay, and we had worked on with very local organizations who are working there already. Yuva is working there in Vasevirar. So we collaborated with them, okay, to be able to like look at this project. Yuva is already working again on a project on climate change, and we thought that this is a project also which aligns with their whole objective of climate change, looking at informal shared mobility, because lot of the people who are involved in providing informal transport work are affected by climate change. So that's how we started this project. We started this project very much bottom up, not looking from that point of the from the point of the authority, but looking at the from the point of the view of the auto rickshaw drivers. Okay, looking at their neighborhoods where they park their auto rickshaws. Look, in fact, we are looking at a neighborhood which has 40% of informal transport work. Okay, and that's a huge number, because generally we consider that informal settlements are associated with construction workers. Okay, construction workers also are a large number, but nearly we have found out that informal transport workers are the second largest nearly. Okay, so our team, so we are working with Spark, and there's a team there. Okay, we have Sheila, we have Maria, we have Alex, Shitija, and Shriya with us, and we are working with Yuva, with the Samaj, Valaipada Samaj, which is the neighborhood collective, where there's 40% auto rickshaw drivers. They're associated with Kamgar unions, so we are working with them. One of the Kamgar unions we're working with. Okay, and we are working with KRVI, which is an academic organization. Okay, especially we are creating our next generation scholars from KRVI. So, and also KRVI is providing us the academic support. Okay, so that's our living lab, like very closely formed with Spark, the Kamgar Union, and Yuva, and we closely work with the political organizations who control the unions, and KRVI is our academic partner. Okay, so just to give you briefly a background of the context of this informal shared mobility. There you can see Bombay, everybody knows Mumbai. Okay, that's Nala Sopara. Generally, Mumbai and Thana, that they have individual mobility as far as auto rickshaw is concerned. They are used as contract services. So, and the yellow area which you see, lot of them are informal shared mobility. So sorry, so one is Mumbai, Navi Mumbai, and Thana. That's like contract service. Okay, as far as auto rickshaws are concerned. Otherwise, it's informal shared mobility. Okay, which actually supports this region. Okay, so and that's why we found out that nearly the informal transport workers form the second largest like constituency in the in these areas where there are informalities, informal housing associated with them. So what generally, how does it work? It works through with these railway stations being the node, and after the railway stations, they are organized along the east and the west side. So the east side will have one ecosystem form, the west side will have another. Okay, so that's how we understood Vasai Virar. So we looked at one ecosystem only, that is Nala Sopara East. So that's the ecosystem we were studying. And now we will show you, we'll go to the videos. Okay, just to show you the way we were like doing a very grounded study, working with the unions, with the neighborhood associations, and that's how we had mapped this place. So these videos, one we made within our working team. The other two were prepared by students. It was a part of an elective workshop at the KRVI. Again, that is KRVI's academic partner.
The Mumbai local trains act as a transit corridor by which the city's movement is defined. Every day, lakhs of people travel for work from the peripheries of Mumbai metropolitan region to the city center using this corridor. A large population from Nalasopara, located in the Vasai Virar sub-region of the MMR, travels around 4 to 5 hours a day to provide services in the city. This pattern of mobility has given rise to a routine for its inhabitants. The station area emerges as a node with different modes of last mile connectivity available for its people, like shared auto rickshaws, buses, and individual two-wheelers. The shared rickshaw, which is informally organized, is the most dominant form of last mile connectivity for this suburb. Distinct paths are formed with large footfall of people alighting onto the platform, rushing through each other at the station exit, swiftly along the market to reach the shared auto rickshaws. The concentration of vending areas has emerged organically near the boarding points of these shared auto services. We find at these boarding points, auto drivers are waiting and calling for people to fill up the autos. Before they head home, people take a pause to shop, eat, and get essentials for their home. Around 7 p.m., we observe vendors with their stalls lit up with battery-operated lamps. These lights enliven the market area and form a vibrant space for people returning home till 12 p.m. at night. The premises turn active with recorded voices bursting through speakers, advertising low prices, and human voices of vendors in ranging pitches wooing for attention from the customers. A large footfall is observed after 9 p.m., briskly moving up and down the street to grab the necessities just before rushing home on bus or by walk or by shared auto rickshaw. This ecosystem within the station premises forms an integral part of the everyday life of the inhabitants of this suburb. This population largely comprises of working class people, daily wage workers, industrial workers and domestic helps who move using these transit corridors from the periphery to the city. The station premises turns into a public space where all forms of essential services organically accumulate. In such cases, the informal shared transportation and the market work in tandem as they form a complex ecosystem that provides affordable food, services, mobility and recreation to the working class population. Presently, this self-organized ecosystem has competition from a large organized shopping malls that have started being constructed adjacent to the station precinct. This provides us with an important question on the future of these self-organized markets, mobility and housing system that these suburbs have nurtured and generated over a long period. Our present project on informal shared mobility is an exploration into the possibilities of a more humane integration of these self-organized forms within a sustainable imagination of the city.
नाला सुपाला हम गरीबों का सहारा 5,000 डिपॉजिट 2,000 भाड़ा कभी पानी आ रहा तो कभी पानी जा रहा जा रहा साला कहीं को पकारा नेक्स्ट स्टेशन नाला सुपाला अगला स्टेशन नाला सुपाला
अपने नॉर्मल वगैरह लेने से ज़्यादा
ऐसा इधर प्राइवेट तो मिलता है नहीं है
अच्छा
तो शेयरिंग ही चलता है तो शेयरिंग में बाहर नहीं धंधा लाइन में डाल के 1 घंटे 1.5 घंटे बैठे रहते नंबर आता तो भर के जाते
तुम्ही सॅटिस्फाईड आहात हां आता काय करणार आता पोटासाठी आपल्याला करणं भागच आहे ना अपना
15,000 12,000 10,000 उसमें मेंटेनेंस भी जाएगा सब उसमें ही जाएगा
उसी में घर चलाते हैं
इधर ये रास्ते पे तो रिक्शा जाती है अंदर कहीं पे नहीं जाती उधर का क्यों
वो उनका वजह ऐसा है मैडम कि जो मेन रोड पे हम लोग चलते हैं ना अब अंदर जाने के लिए उसका एक्स्ट्रा भाड़ा देना पड़ता है तो एक्स्ट्रा भाड़ा कभी कोई पब्लिक देने को राजी नहीं होती है तो इसलिए तकलीफ होती है और कुछ नहीं
पैसेंजर के साथ अपना क्या रिलेशन फिर बनता है
तो पैसेंजर को छोड़ने का वो अपना जिम्मेदारी रहता है हाँ वो मतलब क्या मतलब है अपना फर्ज है हाँ पैसेंजर ऐसा नहीं वो भगवान है पैसेंजर अपना भगवान है क्योंकि उनके वजह से अपना जो कुछ है घरदार हो अपना उनके वजह से चलता है हाँ जैसे अपन उनके लिए है पैसेंजर अपने लिए अपन उनके लिए दोनों तरफ से एक जैसा है
तो उसकी तरफ अपना क्या सोचा कि गाड़ी अपनी है कैसी है
गाड़ी है मतलब अपनी दूसरी बीवी है वो हाँ मेन चीज तो अपने घर पे एक बीवी है तो गाड़ी है अपनी दूसरी बीवी है सही है ना हाँ
Come in. One more. 3 seats are full, but I can take 4. After hours of waiting, we're finally ready to go. One short loop and we'll be back to 0. Again, one entire hour of waiting in this competitive zone. Hardly 8 rounds and it'll be time to return. I'm not low maintenance. I was taken out on a loan. Sometimes I'm given on rent, but I understand because there's a family to run. Honestly, I feel underused. So many routes to me are still unknown. So many people I am yet to take, to and fro from work to home. I believe there is much that I can provide. Less carbon, affordability, I'm frequent and in time. While waiting in this long line, I'll also wait for your choice to become an integral part of your last mile.
In public transport, these drivers have found a great avenue. This system could get recognized, but it involves me and you.
The day begins with the vendors setting up their shops early in the morning, marking the start of a mutually beneficial exchange between the vendors and the inhabitants of Nala Sopara. This setup involves transport of the purchased goods to the marketplace, setting up of shops and the temporary arrangements in the market, clearing the space around them, and laying out the goods for the customers to see. Nala Sopara has a large number of people who go southwards into the city of Mumbai in pursuit of employment, education and health facilities. This daily journey spans approximately 3 to 4 hours each way. To facilitate this transit, a system of shared mobility has organically emerged, comprising shared rickshaws and buses that transport commuters from their homes to the local train station and vice versa. The space between the last mile connectivity of rickshaws and the station is strategically occupied by vendors who transform these commuters into customers, creating a give and take relation between the two. As the vendors earn their livelihood, the commuters get essentials on their way home after coming back from work.
तो जब आपका दिन खत्म होता है तो आप आपकी हाथ गाड़ी कहाँ पे रखते हो? यहाँ पे रखते हो कि साथ में लेके जाते हो घर पे?
नहीं गाला है, गाला में रखते हैं, उसके बाद जो भाई ताला लगा के
ठीक है, मतलब यहाँ पे बीएमसी वाले आते हैं आपको उठाने के लिए?
हाँ, धंधे पे आते रहते हैं, जितना हम लोग से होता है उतना बचा लेते हैं माल, बाकी तो वो लोग लेके जाते हैं।
किधर लेके जाते हैं?
वेस्ट में लेके जाते हैं इधर।
When these daily commuters return back from work, the local train station transforms into a bustling marketplace and grocery vendors start enthusiastically selling their goods to the commuters.
कॉलिंग माइक वाला ईयरफोन 50 रुपया
आएगा, बोलो 250 रुपये में आएगा, बोलो फैंसी बैग, बोलो डिजाइन वाला बैग, बोलो
में ऑफर है मोबाइल का गिलास।
Within this ecosystem is an arrangement made for shared mobility of a small number of people, such as rickshaws, as well as for the transport of many people through buses. As the bus approaches the vendors, they quickly shift the stalls, clearing a path for the bus and shifting it back again once the bus is gone, almost like a choreographed orchestra. This synchronization shows how the vendors are connected with mobility on an everyday basis while they are selling their goods. The vendors at Nalasopara station face a lot of uncertainty because the number of commuters change throughout the day. They rely on commuters for their business, and when there are fewer people around, they struggle to make money. Challenges presented by mobility, such as crowded platforms during busy times or fewer customers during off-season times, make the situation even harder. Despite these difficulties, the vendors are adaptable and try their best to cope. The uncertainties extend beyond just the volume of commuters. Factors such as change in train schedules, infrastructural developments, and even unforeseen events like strikes or accidents can significantly impact their daily operations. For instance, a sudden delay in train services can disrupt the expected flow of commuters, directly affecting the number of potential customers available to the vendors.
So what this process of investigation meant for the project was, it was, as I said, it's a very bottom-up approach of understanding this whole system through the eye of the most vulnerable groups. Okay, and so now we are trying to frame the project. We're trying to create a theoretical framework and a methodological framework for the project. And we realized that this whole thing should be looked at through the lens of livelihood. Okay, and we realized how intricately, and you saw those videos, how intricately the mobility system and the system of the vendors are interlinked. They're not separate from each other. They don't exist without each other. Okay, they exist because of each other as well as the user. So all these three groups are extremely important. In fact, earlier, if we hadn't explored this through this process, we would have started with only the drivers, and looked at probably the routes and everything that they have. But now we realize that they are not separate. The informal vending is absolutely intricately linked with this whole process of informal shared mobility, because both come together. Both are an act of last mile connectivity, and the user use them both together. So that's the first thing we are looking at. And we are looking at also because we realize through this whole process how vulnerable these drivers are. Actually, like we are now understanding like what is the earnings of a driver. Let me tell you, this whole operation is not profitable at all. Okay. Like the drivers are barely able to meet their costs. Forget the fact that like able to maintain a family. Okay, if there are only people, other people in their families working, can they support this activity? Otherwise it cannot. And so we realize how vulnerable it is. And one of the reason for the vulnerability is the reason being like the number of auto rickshaws that you can see in the shared mobility system, okay, are so much that the turnover time is not like the turnover routes, the trips that they take is not enough. Okay. And other part is that then the paradox is like lot of the neighborhoods are not served, they're underserved. Okay. And that's where this whole contradiction comes. While there are areas which are underserved, and the areas are underserved because there is no proper infrastructure for parking, and we don't know whether if you go there you will get users or not. So there is a big contradiction, and if there are no services to these users, their livelihood also get affected. So it's both way, it's the user as well as the drivers whose livelihoods get affected. Wherever the shared mobility is not able to reach, the most vulnerable are the children and the women, because they don't get access to mobility systems, they don't get access to education, they don't get access to work, which in areas which are well served, they get access to work, they get access to, let's say, Nala Sopara West easily. And moment you go to Nala Sopara West, you know that there are a lot of these formal housing areas where you can actually get some sort of domestic work as domestic help. So it's connected to mobility. And that is the reason why this is so important. This whole idea of informal shared mobility is so important in our cities. And mind you, what I'm telling you is the fact that most of our cities are served by informal shared mobility. Okay, they are very important paratransit systems which governments fail to recognize. If you read the like policy of the national government, the national government says these are only meant for logistic purposes. Auto rickshaws are only meant for logistic purposes. They are not meant for carrying people. So that's what the national government's basic approach towards this whole idea of informal shared mobility is. There are some state governments which have recognized, like state government of West Bengal has like made a very elaborate system for Kolkata. There is also Punjab, which has recognized like for the city of Amritsar, this system is important, and tried to make this system completely battery operated, electric vehicle operated, and making it completely green under their sustainable cities plan. Okay. So we will come to the last slide to show you the station area. Generally, the station areas are always like the authorities look at station areas of like for like making plans which improve the public transport system of the train. As you know, the Mumbai Urban Transport Plan, okay, looks at improving the railways. But this whole station, which is an area where these systems come together, people, the users, the last mile connectivity providers, and the vendors, okay, and like that becomes an equitable public realm, is never seen like that. It's always seen as that, okay, you have to intervene into the railway station. But these are important players in this like precinct. And like now we are trying to look at this precinct as how these stakeholders can be retained. These stakeholders can be kept in this system so that they become, we make this whole space more equitable. Okay. And as I have said, this whole process, as you have seen, was and these are the routes that we are actually exploring. Okay. And as you can see, the routes which are going to the highway, there is only one route going to the highway. This is the industrial area. Okay. That's where it is underserved, primarily underserved. while the south and north part of Nalasopara is well served because those contain middle class society. So okay, there are a lot of users there. Okay, but other areas, though there are users, they're underserved. So with that, I'll end my presentation.
So we are going to do that right now. We're going to take 10 minutes more of a set of questions and discussions. So I would request all the panelists to come on the stage. Okay, so we've got that set. Samidha, Kareena, Lalitha, Shaina, and Paul, you can be on screen. We are going to try and see how we can keep you there and how we can get our voices up to you. So today's presentations have shown us space and time are related, and the need therefore to think of space in terms of the articulation of social relations which necessarily have a spatial form in their interactions with one another. Through the presentations, we have seen the methods of mapping, stories and intrinsic ties that people here have with place that are traditional maps and that are not mere just documents. The use of trans and interdisciplinary mapping methods blurs the lines between narrative mapping and imagined mapping and the imagined space. So we open out the discussions. I have few. So this is for Samidha and Kareena. I had this question. How do you elaborate the idea of the map? Okay, from Dinesh's perspective, it is something that one traverses the terrain to understand the map, and with Lalitha talking about the body being another agent, an agency of mapping and the mapping technique. And in the work that you all have shown, there is a definite idea about the map and the map maker. And has it ever been, because sometimes you are in that dilemma, you become this certain kind of an agent to create that map. And do you think that sometimes you are implying or overriding the map making process that would naturally have happened through a medium or through a process that the community through their self-organized methods would have done the job? So would that be more different, or such a learned or a kind of an idea, or do you prepare them to make the map? So what is your role, and how do you look at your role of making maps, and both collectively and also sometimes implying or probably influencing the community people in the making of the map?
Hello. Yeah, thanks for the question. So actually in our presentation, we basically tried to move away and break through from this idea of the map as a starting point. And we think it's important to tell stories that emerge from within. At the same time, the map is a valid and valuable tool. And we have actually done these exercises, you know, like in your presentation, you had this GIF where, you know, the boundary of Trombay Koliwada was constantly reducing. And we've done a similar exercise, you know, and mapped out the imaginaries of people from Dharavi Koliwada. For them, Koliwada extended beyond BKC and even into the sea. You know, even the river is actually just a manifestation of the sea and the tides. So I think we try to just achieve a balance between the two. You know, we cannot deny the making of maps, and we've done this in participation with the community, but we've found like that there are stories that are way more powerful and that are maybe a different tool and a different approach for planners and architects to kind of understand a place. Samidha, if you want to add something.
Yeah, and as we also mentioned in the presentation, that the map brings more, you know, like a outside or a overview gaze on a neighborhood, on a place. But what we try to do is actually when we are working with the community in Dharavi at large, But the first most important thing that we as architects try to do is unlearn architecture, unlearn the means, tools of drawings that and map making that we have been taught to use. That's literally our language. So that's what we first unlearn, and we understood that there are several limitations to it. And yeah, they don't really tell you the process from inside the neighborhood, like how the neighborhood came to what it is right now. So yeah, so we maps are not like, we talked about this plan that we have been trying to do, but actually it's less of a plan, more of a action-based development with the community, where the community comes and tells us the kind of project they want, and we are just helping them to kind of shape those projects. That's about it.
So somewhere I felt, the early starting of these maps, okay. So कई बार वो दिनेश जब भी ड्राइंग बनाता है ना, मैं देखा है वो कैसा चालू करता है, देयर इज अ स्टोरी एंड द स्टोरी लीड्स टू द मेकिंग ऑफ द मैप. सो द मैप वो पहले से इंटेंशनल, उसका कोई ऐसा फॉर्म नहीं हुआ करता है, वो जैसे ही वो बनता रहता है वो स्टोरी के हिसाब से. दिनेश, सवाल ये है कि ये जो मैप्स है और आप जैसा मैप बनाते हो, ओके, उसका जो माध्यम जो आप यूज़ करते हो, दैट इज़ आप जिस माध्यम से आप ड्राइंग करते हो, उसका जो नॉर्मली अपने स्टूडेंट्स लोग के साथ भी काम किया है, पर कई बार ऐसा मुझे लगता है, यू कैन करेक्ट मी, मुझे ऐसा कई बार लगता है वो कई बार ऐसा डेकोरेटिव होता है. और क्योंकि आप जो बनाते मैप्स में उसमें मीनिंग होता है, ओके, एंड मैप्स में मीनिंग होना बहुत ज़रूरी है, बिकॉज वो जो नक्शा है वो हमें ये दिखला देता है कि वो रिवील करते चीज़ों को जो कई बार नहीं दिखता है. तो आपको मुझे ये पूछना है कि वो आपको क्या लगता है, जिस मैप्स या आज जो आपने देखा है और हमारे बीच में भी जब आप काम करते हो, हम लोग जैसा मैप्स बनाते हो रोहित के साथ, रश्मि के साथ, तो आपको डिफरेंस क्या लगता है उसमें?
डिफरेंस तो मुझे कुछ ऐसा लग तो नहीं रहा है, बट मुझे स्टोरी दिया था, एक सब्जेक्ट दिया था, उसके ऊपर मैंने वो ड्राइंग बनाया था मैप का. तो जो मैंने वाली आर्ट में जो मैप बनाया है उसमें मैंने स्टोरियाँ डाली है. तो ये मैंने फर्स्ट टाइम किया है, तो मुझे ऐसा नहीं लगता कि कुछ फर्क है.
पर ऑल्सो कई बार जब भी आप फर्स्ट टाइम करते हो, आप कई बार आपका जो स्टोरीज़ है, आपके पाड़ा का स्टोरीज़, वो आप कई बार वो उसका जो स्टोरीज़ है वो आप आपके चित्र में आप लाते हो, उसका वो मैप में आप उसको, और उसमें जब इस टाइम में अभी जो ये वाला जो मैप आपने किया है उसमें सिटी को भी लाया आपने, तो उसको मुझे लगा कि वो पहला बार आपने किया होगा पहला, पर ये जो है रिलेशनशिप सिटी और फॉरेस्ट का, वो आपने बहुत इस टाइम जो स्टोरीज और नदी जो बहती है उसका आपने जो बताया आज, वो मुझे लगा वो काफ़ी इंटरेस्टिंग था. तो मुझे वो एक कमेंट करने का था आपका इस पे आज. समथिंग अनदर थिंग फॉर शाइना, एंड सो आई वाज वेरी इंटरेस्टेड बिकॉज शाइना, द काइंड ऑफ दिस, ये जो I don't know, this cameras and this idea of the voyeurism is involved in that, very exciting. And also what Paul has been showing, the idea of videography and looking at the city through this medium. Okay, I was wanting to ask, you have been using the way you have represented. I think the idea of the map as a location or locating, okay, and especially also to reveal the seen and the unseen. Many a times that is something that as architects, as planners, we contemplate how to do that. So I'm just thinking, how does one approach this topic? How does one, like, even this is like a twin question even for Paul, how do you what are the processes that lead in trusting, in creating that map? Because it is not just the map maker and the map, but also there is a certain set of other people, okay, be it the local community groups, and you have to build that relationship to be able to make and draw that map. So probably something to highlight on that process, maybe you can take one of the what you were showing. Especially, I was like amazed by that Four Seasons thing. But how do you approach that topic, and how do you work around the idea of mapping? And how do you prepare before getting into the act of mapping, like the way you do it?
So if you see with the examples I showed, there were several things that were being short-circuited, right? In what we can broadly say as participatory video making or documentary practices, right? So in the first one, the collaboration was with the CCTV operators and the members of the public who entered that control room, right? So the act of filming, which is then, say, me and Ashok also documenting that, right, with the handycam, was already second ordered, right? It wasn't us putting the camera on the participant or the CCTV operator saying, "Ab batao, what's your daily work?" Something else had activated that space, right? Or what Lefebvre calls the blind field, right? So usko wo activate ho gaya. And it got activated because that space, our missing image of the black box, had already been opened. And then it had been opened not just by the solo artist or the artist collective, but it went through series of openings till members of the public, then they are chatting, then they're seeing the city over with those switching of cameras outside, and then we are documenting it, and then it's going into Padma, so you can see it raw, or you can see 2 minutes, or you can see it in a museum. So there's several stages that we like to complete, for one, and B, are already queered, and the standard relationships between subject, object, and technology, here saying camera, author, subject, author, and the camera, have already been reordered. And same in the mall where we're accessing the footage, right? And similarly in Palestine. Should I say it was a long-term project and I stayed and worked in Jerusalem for 3 years building trust? No. I went, I was rated enemy of state by the time I got out, but it was, yeah, really level 6 by the Israeli police, but we knew it is an opportunity to go. Should we go? Should I be the 1500th and 50th filmmaker saying solidarity with Palestine? If I say yes, I do want to go, then do I need to acknowledge the Israeli state? Who's funding me? How am I doing this? These are questions you put. And the most important question, I feel the solidarity. Do I want to turn on yet another camera and do a family portrait where they say, ye occupation hua, ye zulm hua, ye sitam hua? Or one $300 camera that was bought after seeing those 30 was turned around, right? And immediately it was haptic. It was like a video game. It was a joystick. They knew how to pan, tilt, zoom, and they were talking. So the participation and the trust was in this desire and mutual desire to put the camera in their house, right? And then what moves on from that is footage that they have, footage that gets archived, and of course, the clearing, a finished film also that comes. And we took that to its edge, as I said, in Four Seasons, because now the camera is 4K. The city has 5,000 of them. Just go back on this coastal road and you'll see they're all the same camera, right? Ab ek se we could see 30 kilometers, we could map it, and what you see happening in these slices, if you see the work, and some of you may have seen it at Sassoon Docs, is time as well. So in some of those stills, buildings collapse. एक building को 2 माला कम कर देते, because it's also been filmed over time. एक बस्ती का छत आ जाता है, so things grow, things lessen, coastal road bridges collapse if you watch the video closely. So you are playing with time, and again, that sense of subject control and awareness. So it's built in.
Yeah, I will ask Lalitha. Before that, any questions from the audience? I will send in the mic. Lalitha, so with this whole idea of that, the cameras, and then you spoke about the prying eyes of the community, and they want to go and discard the oil far away from that they can't see. I'm just thinking that if this was given, like the way Shaina does it, and I was also, as a student, I remember being involved with a research team who had given these small cameras to communities, and they had to click photographs in their community area, and that is the way of telling the story. I'm just thinking, what are the possibilities of such a kind of use of technology, okay, and especially in these deep waters, or on how you spoke about how the land is also you spoke about the land reclaiming the water, or the land taking over the water, and this is in time one realizes that there is a certain kind of transition that happens, and the transition sometimes we think it is quick, but it is happening daily. It's happening now as we speak. So can this technology lead to the opening up of new forms of seeing? Definitely I feel so. And also maybe new forms of mapping and research, especially when we have the room filled with students here. How do you expand on this?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I completely think that it can open up all kinds of interesting things. We didn't do it so far we have not done it, but in some ways I feel we don't need to do it, because at least in this Koryawada, but I'm sure there'll be many such in others. And other communities as well. There are people who are, with just their regular smartphone, are taking clips all the time and posting it. So they have a YouTube channel, for example, and it makes for very interesting, going through. And in fact, we've talked to a number of people who are particularly famous or well-known influencers within the community, and of course beyond. So I think these things are already happening. We don't need to go and give cameras. People are already doing it, and doing it very interestingly. So for example, we had a discussion, and we are still, I'm not sure it'll actually work out, but we were in talks with one of these guys who makes really interesting videos of different, not just forms of fishing, but so we were curious, how do you choose what you choose, and why do you do it? And so we've had a number of informal conversations about that. In some ways he's less interested in exploring his process. It's like many, I guess, like many filmmakers, he's like, see the film and then talk about it. But so anyway, we've had some of those conversations, but as I said, I think this is already happening, and I think it can lead to even more interesting things. One more thing I'll just say though, that this is also very much a question of power, and this is, I know, going to be dealt with tomorrow in another session. But it's also about who speaks for whom, and with what kind of legitimacy or authority that's treated. And so in some ways it's how the state treats that. Do they see it as evidence? For example, if we were talking about prying eyes of undersea pipelines, but if they actually film some of this, is it going to be believed in the sense of actually taken cognizance of? Because the fact is, and I think we all have to acknowledge, many officials know exactly what's going on. They've in fact opened the doors for it. And the officials have talked about, for example, actual inspection visits where they've taken officials to see, where dredging is happening, how the undersea bed is getting destroyed, or where coal is leaking, so there are umpteen stories like this, okay? So it's not as if this knowledge is not being told. So it's also about who tells the story, and through what media and in what forms. And I think so it's really in that sense a question of power and how different stories are treated, even if you're saying the same thing. And that's why, in fact, some years ago they approached us and asked, will you make a film? Will you document it? And they felt that we would have more standing to show it rather than videos that they take when they fish. And they also, I remember even language is another form of power. So they said, it's not so important to write about it in Marathi, it's more important to write in English, because policymakers will listen to all of this. So I think, all of these, there are many things I could say, but I'll stop there just to say that this is absolutely opens up many interesting possibilities, but one cannot also ignore there are these kinds of hierarchies, and while we do try to unsettle them by overturning the map in interesting ways and going well beyond it. But, we still have to be aware of how these play out.
Yeah. So, Paul, I just want to ask you this thing, in your presentation, and I realize you're speaking about there's an ecosystem of transactions, okay, an ecosystem of transactions that is happening, and very well, today you showed us about the commuter, the driver, and the vendor, and there are a set of relationships that are there, and the documentation led to that. How do you look at how this documentation can move in a more formalized understanding of city planning, methods or techniques, how it can probably influence the way we build cities or the way we think about transportation in this case? Probably, or maybe another way to ask this is probably, what are your next steps when this is being done? You have documented it, and there is this kind of an archive, and you have done this, and how do you expand this ecosystem of transaction into planning principles, or rather than more than that, even the whole idea of commuting?
As you've seen, most of this work has been done by amateurs, who are not actually people who are anyway experts at making videos or films, but what we understood is that this is a medium through which you can actually tell stories which we actually, when we were engaging with these communities, these stakeholders there, that this became the best medium to tell these stories, for both the students as well as our group. And now the thing is that, let's look at how this system can inform the notion of public realm, which I have been talking about also. And you clearly said that there is this whole understanding of transaction between these three stakeholders. But we seldom look at our public realm like that. That our public realm actually is able to house these complexities. And see, as I've just told you, that today when we plan our cities, we do it from completely a different perspective. When we look at station area design, it's looked at with a completely different perspective. Now that you realize that these are people who provide important services, forget about the fact that they are making a livelihood. As I've told you, the livelihood aspect, we are learning that actually driving an auto is not profitable at all. But they are providing you last mile connectivity. If we change our viewpoint to that, suppose if the local authorities change their viewpoint to that, and start supporting these systems, just not look at, let's say, the notion of metros. Metros can be planned, but paratransit also needs to be, and remember, these are not supported by government in some sense, so they are not providing any subsidy at all. But if they at least recognize them as public transport, what happens is, access to loan becomes easier, access to healthcare, because most of the auto unions, they try to work for betterment of these auto drivers. So through them they can work out schemes which can better the lives of these vulnerable communities. And moment that does that actually we work with them, the communities, you make your cities resilient. You make your cities resilient in the face of your climate change or extreme events that take place. Nearly half the year is extreme events in our case nowadays. So you start making your cities resilient. So that is the first recognition we have to be able to give to these systems. That they are providing important service. And the moment you do that, you have a very different notion of how you construct our cities, how you create public realms in our cities, how you move in our cities. Because you saw, it is just not the rickshaw, there is a notion of walking and rickshaw together. And till you go to the rickshaw stand. And this rickshaw stand, let me tell you, when we were showing the last plan, we realized that there is a network of these rickshaws rickshaw stops, okay, where they actually formally and informally park their autos. Okay, and once we recognize that, we recognize that this system can be completely rethought if we are able to understand them, engage with them, okay, engage with the idea of the vendors, the idea of the rickshaw drivers, okay, and are able to empathize and support this system in creating our public realm. And I think that's why we will create inclusive and equitable cities. That's what I have to say.
Okay, okay, Paul. Yeah, thanks. I'm just now going to take maybe just a couple of questions, if there are, from the audience. Are there any couple of questions? Yes.
So this question is for Shaina. I wanted to ask you that you talked about when you showed the camera in Four Seasons, and when you're, you know, kind of understanding what's going on, and is there a sense of like, see for us, like how we view it is the activity, the stories we tell through a medium like the CCTV camera. For us, it's probably like a story. But the way other people, like maybe people not like us, but different people, the way they interpret their stories, maybe like a surveillance. How do you differentiate between the right and the wrong? Or is it like, are they being watched, or, you know? But for us, it's stories. But for them, it may be something negative. It also, like, how do you, so basically my question is, when people approach you regarding through a very negative way of, you know, being watched, how do you deal with that? Do you just tell them it's a story, or is it much more than that?
If I understand, say in the mall, we were walking about with this sheet of paper that was the image release form, which told the people who were walking around there, hanging out or shopping, that there are 306 cameras here. And are you aware of that? Gave a little bit of history of that. At the same time, that's a sort of standard image release form used in documentaries, saying, I've been filmed, can you consent to be used, right? So we concatenated and deliberately messed with that idea of, do documentary people take consent? Yes, sometimes, no, sometimes. What is that consent? With the fact that I'm not coming here to film now, or any other film crew. You are being filmed as you walk around with matched cut continuity, exit this door, enter there, by the state, or in this case, the mall's security. Do you consent to that? Do you want access to your footage? So that question of right or wrong is already complicated. You are, of course, critical of those 306 cameras there. You're not going to be able to shut them out. So the people take a collective claim and a risk to say, yes, ye mera hak hai, de do.
But,
and in Palestine, they are filming and telling you their history. They are watching their own image, they are controlling the camera. So the subjects in the Palestine case are not being filmed, they are the filmers, they're the filmmakers.
I understood that,
So,
but
yeah.
in the sense of now, like, my question mainly was towards Bombay itself.
Yeah.
And, you know, we were seeing those 21 floors that were built without permission. And obviously, the camera could catch about like 30 kilometers away. So in that sense, now when someone views it, you know, how would they see it? You know, how would they try to perceive it?
Yeah, that's a good question. And the who speaks for who, from where and how comes into play, right? So Palais Royal says, "Arey inhone mera illegality pura dikhaya." Screw you. That was probably one intention, right? If the Sri Ram Mill guys say, look at that tower and look at our Mahada housing, and we got much less square feet after so many years struggle. We are standing here. They are there. So again, it depends on who reads this, and I think the strength of an artwork or an intervention is actually how not to be captured. So will this footage be used to promote real estate for I doubt it, right? There is something else inside it. And I can give you a good example. Housing.com had commissioned like drone footage saying we'll do this drone view and then we'll come to the flat and then we'll enter from the khidki and then do this sort of spatial view. It's a good way to sell our flats. It failed completely because every time they went up from the flat they were wanting to sell, you know what we see, right? You will see the slums. And so mediums fail, right? And the question ultimately is in your intention and your act. The Palestine footage, for example, till today it is valid. And it was their right to film, and it stays as an archive. It's been used. The Hanun family took it to UN, right? So there's something else that has been activated there, which is not necessary to see.
I think failure in this medium is very subjective because at the end of the day, in some way or the other, it may fail in some other way, but you may take it forward in another way. I think this as a medium, there's no failure as such. It's how we perceive it. Thank you.
And like I said, it's 1 out of 5,000 cameras. Why should only the cops have it? We wanted to.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else? Yeah, Ashok. Just raise your hand. He'll give you the mic.
Hi, thanks. This is slightly aside. I wanted to bring it back to maps. Short quote by someone we have read often, saying that capitalism, I mean, we can substitute that word with other things, is an object of high abstraction, but the commons will be an object of even higher abstraction, right? That's the quote. So one of the ways I'm thinking about maps also is in this sense that if the larger forces that be, etc., the state, industries and so on, are able to abstract from lived reality, then part of the counter movement is obviously to generate other kinds of abstractions, right? That means other kinds of commons will be generated at the intersection of those abstractions. And for us, obviously Padma and such proposals were very concrete, so we are not saying that nature is the resistance or there's an existing form. And this is why I think art and even Varli painting as an abstract form, taking social events and turning it into a form of memory, into a form of surface on your house. These daily acts are kind of counter maps, right? They are maps where we abstract in other ways than capital and the state. So that's one of the ways I think this question of representation, which was being called about earlier, or the ability to abstract the commons out of our reality might be sort of what's at stake here. Just a comment. So thank you.
So I think because now we have to start the next session, I will end this session. But with this note that, I've realized one thing, that a lot of maps are being created. A lot of maps and a lot of stories have been created, and the form of that is not necessarily fixed. Okay, it is the access to the map, the access to a certain kind of a technology, and the ease to map a space, our localities, and the right to map and the right to document. Okay, some thoughts: are maps really actual to what the city is, or are cities just a replica of the map that is being made and remade and recreated and remodified? So I'm always in this dilemma: is the map the true image of the city, or the city is actually a map? With that, I will end this session. 10 minutes of regrouping, and we will start the next session. Thank you. All right. So here we begin the second session, Maps and Nature. And as we were working on this project, one thing that definitely triggered many conversations is how do you represent nature, and what is nature? And the question around what is nature was completely rearranged for us by the communities, by the forest, by the leopards, by the deers, and those stories led to shape a different or redefine the idea of nature. And for that, and to expand on how we as a team worked, I'm going to call Rashmi Verma and Rohit Kudale. Rohit Kudale is a Mumbai-based architect and visiting faculty at KRVI. He was part of the team that walked through the Padas and other locations in SGNP, collecting objects and stories to study the conditions within the forest. He is also part of the team that designed the exhibition, A Forest in the City, using this groundwork. He is interested in experimenting with hand drawings and as a medium of research. Rashmi Verma is an architectural graduate from KRVI Mumbai. As a field researcher, she was involved in the building of research material through walks, interviews, and documentation with the aim of collecting stories from the ground. Her research formed a repository of material that was taken forward across various mediums. Over to Rashmi and Rohit.
Hi. So this presentation is a quick look back at our fieldwork and the process through which our mapping techniques evolved through the course of the project, and revisiting some of the questions and challenges that we faced to see how we incorporate mapping and make it an inclusive tool.
So the most familiar form of map that the city people know is the Google map, and this is how Google map shows the Sanjay Gandhi National Park. It shows it as a green patch without any roads, networks. So over the time, Mumbai suburbs have grown around the forest, creating this unique situation wherein the forest is inside the city. So this is how close the city and the forest is at the edge in Mumbai. So the vast national park is divided between 3 municipal corporations, Thane, Mira Bhayandar and Mumbai, and is divided between multiple wards. Now, how does one intervene into such an area for studying it? So we decided to walk into these areas. So this map shows some of the walks that were geolocated, and these walks were done over like a year's time. So this is how each of the walk looks like. It is like around a 5 to 12 kilometer walk. So now Rashmi will tell you about a few of the walks and how we entered these boundaries in order to reach out to these locations to study the forest.
So these shape-shifting boundaries are all pervasive, but at places they're raised high and coiled up to barricade even further. At certain places they are high enough to allow certain permeability. In certain places it is cutting across people's fields and vegetation and looming over settlements that live in the forest. There are points where people are allowed to enter with a certain pass or a permission, but we met a lot of tribals and interviewed people during our field work, and one of the person we spoke to is Prakash Bhoer. So he's an artist and an activist and a songwriter. So we'll be playing a clip.
मी म्हणाले तसं की लोकांना आपण 1 तासाचं भाषण देण्यापेक्षा 5 मिनिटाचं गाणं खूप प्रभावी असतं आणि ते परत परत ऐकू शकतो. तर मला ते गाणं तुम्हाला घेऊन अरे घरदार माझं तोडून टाकलं सांगा कुठं जाऊ पोरबाळपण उघड्यावर आता कुठं, ही आदिवासी भाषा आहे ना, आता कुठं घरदार माझं तोडून टाकलं सांगा कुठं जाऊ पोरबाळपण उघड्यावर आता कुठं. अरे झाडा बुडातली शेता वाड्या डोंगर भाज्या, झाडा बुडातली शेता वाड्या डोंगर भाज्या, अरे डोंगर होता माझा नामी डोंगराचा राजा, अरे डोंगर होता माझा नामी डोंगराचा राजा. झाडा बुडातली शेता वाड्या डोंगर भाज्या, झाडा बुडा जाऊ पोरबाल पडले उड्यावर आता कुठं जाऊ घरदार माझं तोडून टाकलं सांगा कुठं जाऊ घरदार माझं तोडून टाकलं सांगा कुठं जाऊ पोरबाल पडले उड्यावर आता कुठं जाऊ.
So, tribals have always positioned and represented themselves as an innate part of a larger ecology. They have relationships with the land, with the water, the trees, the animals, and in the process of studying that, we came across questions where we asked how does one map these ecological relationships that go beyond the Cartesian. So, however stark these boundaries are, people always find ways to negotiate with them. So there's a boundary that's created between a house and their wadi, which is a plantation. But people continue to duck under and go over to their plants and water them, even though it's been taken by the metro car shed project. So there are settlements that are set up around water bodies, where it's not just for everyday domestic needs, but these are also cultural spaces, spaces of religious importance and congregation for tribals. The idea of a home does not end at the plinth, it extends way beyond. Their wadis, the agricultural practices that happen inside is an innate part of the routine. Even religious markers are derived from anthills in this case. So, yeah.
So this is one place called Kokni Pada and Adivasi Tekdi. So on the right you can see how the edge is like a very cut, harshly cut edge over there, and this Adivasi Tekdi is one of the is a house of one of the Adivasis who kind of denied exiting from that land. So this is how that one house stands there still. So the house is actually on this cliff, and beyond this is the edge of the national park and the forest starts.
So this was made possible because they had Sat Bara, which means that they have a legal document that proves that they own this land. So that's why they were able to do this. But on the other side of the national park, on the eastern edge, the other Koknipada is a settlement which is spread across geographies. The settlement down the hill is where people who need to interact with the city on a daily basis live. So people who have jobs and need to engage with the rest of the city live there. And then there are people who do not need to come to the city, and so they go on for periods of 6 months without actually having to come down. And there is one stream that passes through both the settlements, and people sort of congregate there. So that's the settlement down the hill, and that's the Paiwata. And there's this man that we saw when we went there who was taking a bag of rice downhill, probably to be sold or given to his relatives who live down the hill. So that's the view one sees, and a lot of people claim that a lot of these buildings have been built on the land that was bought from them. This is Devita Pada, the other part of the settlement, which is a sparsely populated and dispersed settlement. Then on the northern edge, there are conditions where, again, farmlands have been leased out or given over for the construction of casting yards, and then there are borders within borders. So the question was how to trace the events and claims that lead to such changes in the land use. And we looked at developing a method to draw the stories that enable us to do that.
So on these walks, what we tried to do was talking to people and kind of getting stories from them. So these are some of the old representations that people had of their their setups on the or their settlements or a temple or a dargah on that land. So this painting that you see is a old oil painting of a dargah which is on the ridge of the hill on Thane side. So similarly, Adivasi settlements have been trying to claim their lands through FRAs, and this is how they are trying to kind of keep a note of what is the boundary of their land and all. So what we tried in the groundwork was also gathering the people in the community and then gathering stories from their side. So we ended up creating a network of people through which we were able to intervene into these areas for studying.
Yeah, so now we'll be showing you some of our initial attempts at highlighting these conditions and processing the fieldwork through the act of hand drawing. So after spending over a year in the field, it was a bit absurd to come back and look at this land in this blanket cover of this green color that's been put on our mainstream ways of looking at maps. And we wanted to go beyond the green, and the questions that arise were, how does one map all of these networks and locate relationships between man and nature? And shouldn't our ways of mapping evolve and develop to incorporate all of that? So locating these ecologies and relationships between the land, people, animals, and resources was key to the development of our mapping language. So we began to populate this green cover through all the stories that we had come across and diagramming certain conditions that we found in and around the forest. So in order to look at the entire forest as this fluid space, we actually began by dividing it into zones and trying to see why each zone is the way it is and why is it interacting with the city in that particular way. So the geography, the land ownership, the land use criteria and the occupations that people engage in gave us the answers. So in the western side, barely anybody had a legal ownership over their land, and that resulted in the kind of occupation and practices that they took up on that land. Whereas in Aarey, it's a land of contestations. In the eastern edge, people had a lot more ownership. So that's why the kind of relationship they had with their land was also very different. Whereas in Mulund and Bhandup, we found stories of tribals still going till the Tulsi Lake and fishing at night. So things like that. And here are some snippets from our sketchbooks where we were trying to understand the larger forces at play and to develop a language to map all of that. So till this point, our field notes had always been a combination of text, images, videos, audios, and much more. And the question that arose was, how were we to bring out that complexity and richness only through the form of a drawing? So we began to delayer the claims and the makers, question the wall, what is the making of a national park, its logistics, all the stories that we had heard, this land is owned by this person and these are the rules here. So we began to sort of diagrammatize that and map all of that, all the field information that we got, and parallelly trying to see how these conditions reflect in terms of rules and regulations, and basically gathering several perspectives to look at the same thing. Yeah, so through this, we developed a drawing that we like to call the landscape of stories, and it was essentially a visual archive of the forest and around. So on the left, you'll see the map with all our walks and the GPS tracks, and on the right is the drawing we made with all our observations and field inputs, and where the stories came together to build the geography of the forest. And this drawing was an attempt to archive and collate our observations and then use it as a base to trace larger themes further. So here is a snippet of Aarey. where, like I spoke about, people continue to practice their everyday routines despite the kinds of barricades that are being put between house and their plantation and between the making of a zoo in Manisha's land. Yeah. So all of these smaller stories, there's a veterinary college, there's the metro car shed, then there are temples, and so we wanted to incorporate the complexity of the field through the drawings. Same case with Ambedkar Nagar, which is a non-tribal settlement. Then Kokni Pada, the story that I spoke about. So, can you see the cost? Yeah. So that's the settlement above the hill called Devitsa Pada. This is the Pai Vata that connects it to the settlement downhill, and people sort of traversing through both. So we try to bring what we saw through the form of drawings. Similarly with Vasai Creek and Yeur to Patsword, where actually people live on one side of the wall and then go into the mountains by crossing the wall to farm and make bricks and continue with their livelihoods. Yeah, this is Mulund, where the tribals have been actually pushed back from the hills to the edge, and there's an informal settlement right next to this boundary, and then there's a lot of cohabitation that's happening, sharing of resources. So those stories. Yeah.
So with all this groundwork in place, what we tried to visually represent the stories that we have got, and so we ended up making one of the drawings, which is like a seamless drawing of the forest, and in this we have placed certain objects which kind of are a transition objects to do a certain kind of negotiation. So in this act of negotiation, people are able to make their daily livelihoods. So this is a drawing. It starts from the Vasai Creek and it covers the whole of the national park till Powai.
Thanks, Rohit and Rashmi. 1 year's work, 20 minutes is too less. But we move on. Now we shall call our panelists, and before that, I would like to invite Neha. Neha Shah is an architect, landscape designer, and assistant professor at KRVI. She is presently working as a secretary of ISOLA, Indian Society of Landscape Architects, Mumbai, MMR chapter. Through her work, she investigates sustainable resource management and ecological design. She currently has a strong interest in learning more about the evolution of Indian landscapes and digital mapping for landscape architecture. Neha.
Thank you, George. I think more than me, the theme was set up by Rashmi and Rohit, where I think with nature, what really happens is nature and relation of man is this intertwined thing that cannot be like from the early evolution, from how he has started modifying the landscapes or ecology in a way where sometimes he takes a little more from it. Sometimes it starts, he starts kind of adjusting, lives in synchronization with them. And there's this relationship which you cannot remove, and it's very difficult to kind of, the way they treat and the way then you have to map this relationship. And in terms of when the boundaries are drawn between, and we have to talk about boundaries between man and nature, and in times of today where this relationship is getting imbalanced, and the kind of climate change that we are observing, and the entity of landscape and ecosystems, which is a very dynamic entity, which keeps on changing with every bit in terms of small, like in ecology, we always have learned like there's never an edge between a larger ecosystems will be composed of smaller ecosystems, and between them there's something which we call as an ecotone, which is a transition between both, and there's never a stark boundary that one can sort of put between nature and an ecosystem. So while mapping these things, there are also these different flows and relationship interdependency that happens. Then how do we kind of map this along with the conventional method that we have? We also have to cater to these interdependency and interrelationship. So I think this session we should delve into more into kind of examining the mapping endeavors which can trace these ecologies with convention, against convention, or how do we kind of build that relationship, or do we require that support? Thank you. We have 4 panelists today, Shweta, Wagh, Stalin, Abhijit, Ekbote, and Miriam, Menacherry. I would first like to call upon Stalin D. He has a postgraduate degree in business management and BSc chemistry from Mumbai University. He's passionate conservationist affiliated with Mumbai-based NGO Van Shakti. He has played an important role in protecting wildlife corridors, wetlands, and mangroves in Maharashtra, and has saved thousands of trees and open spaces from destruction. He's played an instrumental role in getting Mumbai its second wildlife sanctuary, the Thane Flamingo sanctuary, and he's also filed around 25 public interest litigation to safeguard the environment. He continues to dedicate his hours to protect environment, and he's committed towards making Mumbai a responsible city that manages and handles its waste in an environmentally friendly manner. I would like to call upon Stalin to come and share.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Actually, I had, since we are running behind schedule, I had offered Shweta that please take the floor and spare everyone the agony probably. I know it's a long day. So I think I'll go back with the record of being the shortest speaker on this program. I'll try and keep it very, very brief. To begin with, I am sure all of you must be very well informed about the Save Aarey movement, the battle to save Aarey. It's the longest ongoing battle by citizens in an urban area to protect their forests. It's a decade-old battle now, and it's a battle which has so much to write about, so much to discuss. And it is unique in the sense that people kept joining it, people kept reinforcing it, it kept becoming bigger and bigger and bigger. And the trigger was, of course, the metro car shed, the service center, the godforsaken service center, which came up inside the forest, because as per the government or the MMRCL, it was the only place on earth where you can locate a service center. Now, when the trees were cut on a Friday night, the court passed an order, and the same evening, the project proponents, the Metro Corporation, went to work and started cutting the trees. Before we could move court on Monday, where we got a stay, but before that they wanted to finish the job and they did it. It was a very painful experience because we had fought long and hard for it. And finally, when that happened, it took a lot of time to sink in. And at that point of time, I, on behalf of my organization, made a resolution that this should not happen again in the city. So our battle started on the premise that this is a forest, you cannot cut down a forest. The government kept saying in court that Aarey is not a forest, it is a slum colony which has slums and government buildings on it. But fortunately, the citizens' will prevailed, and the courts also took a positive stand, I would say, at least partially positive, and we managed to get 828 acres of forest for this city. So if anyone asks me that, oh, you lost the Aarey Colony, I said no issues. We have lost one battle, but the larger war, we still have the upper hand, and we continue to fight it even today. So the starting point was that the forest, why was this not declared a forest? Because the government records never said it's a forest, so it was never called a forest officially. So we decided to start tracking it, and we made a promise that we will detect the forests of Mumbai, and the Forest Survey of India's report was the basic report which we picked up, and we said we will go hunting for these forests. So we put together a report which is called the Missing Forests of Mumbai, or the Unrecognized Forests of Mumbai. Aslam was one of the chief ground investigators there. He's done a lot of hard work over a period of a year or more trying to get this data along with other botanists and the team at Vanashakti. So we went around the city and started looking out for the forests. So this is how we got our results. I'll not take too much time like I promised you. So the starting point was the Forest Survey report, which said that there is about 1,000. We had lost a lot of forests. 33% is what the government or the ideal cover would be, but we have only 21%. But if you see, it is not the case. For Mumbai, in fact, we kept losing a lot of forests. We lost 42% of our forests over the last 30 years. So we saw that we were continuously losing it, and unless we stop this at some point of time, we will end up having another Sevare battle somewhere else. So this is the landmark case. The Supreme Court is sitting on continuous mandamus and monitoring the forests of India. That's why we are getting to see some forests. Now, as per the Forest Survey of India, there was about 140 square kilometers of forest in Mumbai, 140. And we could get from government records only 102. And then we added Aarey onto it, we got about 114. So we said still there is 25.6 square kilometers of forest which is missing. That's what we are searching even today. It's not over. This report is just a first step towards it. We will make sure we identify all of it. So the purpose was to get the estimates of the forest. And what do you talk about, how would you define a forest? I'll come to that on the last slide. So we have used a mixture of techniques, the GPS, Google Earth, MRSAC maps, ground studies, everything together. And these are the locations which we studied. Powai, IIT, Sayan, Dharavi, Ismail Yusuf, Suryanagar, Dindoshi, Mud Island, Holy Trinity Church. Many of these areas are privately owned, so the forests are inside private compounds, but they are still forests. So about 18 locations were surveyed, and we collected the pictures, the data, the flora and fauna, because not just the trees, it's about the associated biodiversity which we were looking out for. We still have beautiful forests in the city. The reason for doing this study is one more reason, that the BMC will keep giving permissions for cutting trees. These are not trees, these are forests. We see it very differently. Don't treat a forest tree like a tree on the roadside. These are different issues. So if they are forests, they should be handed over to the Forest Department, and the Forest Conservation Act and the Indian Forest Act should come into play, not the Tree Felling Act. The Tree Felling Act, it's a Tree Preservation Act, but they have made it look like the Tree Felling Act. The purpose of that committee is to preserve the trees, but you watch them and you watch their records, or you scrutinize their records, they are only sitting and giving permissions to cut trees. So I'll directly come to the conclusion of this study. We found that about 13.68 square kilometers, we found that the forests exist as of today, which are intact, which are in good condition. It's about 12% of increase in the total tally of the forests of Mumbai. So that's not a small number. And this is how we would look at a forest. What is a forest? It's a depiction of the successful, fruitful relation of the vegetation with abiotic factors, the fauna and flora that depend on it. A system that works efficiently and smoothly in the absence of human intervention. We don't want someone to go and water those trees, don't want someone to sit and fence it, don't want someone to look after it, it's looking after itself. These are independent ecosystems which we try to protect. That's why the wherein you people come in, the architecture students, the people who are doing the ground mapping, all those things, they come and help us a lot. So we request everyone to put their efforts together, get more and more data which we can use. Now the only hope is the courts, where we give it the forest a best chance to survive. So help us in this mission and help us to complete it, I would say. Thank you so much for hearing me.
Thank you, Stalin. Our next panelist, we have Shweta Wagh. Shweta Wagh is an architect, urban researcher, and associate professor at KRVI. She is a founding member of Collective for Spatial Alternatives, a planning, research, and advocacy collective based in Mumbai, and has worked with various communities and collectives in the city on environment, urban policy, and planning related issues. Since 2011, she has been engaged in ethnographic research focused on marine fisheries in Mumbai. She is currently pursuing a PhD in sociology at Department of Humanities and Social Sciences at IIT Bombay.
Yeah, thanks, Neha. So, in this presentation today, I'll not be talking about my work on the coastal road or with the fisher community. I was asked to talk about mapping nature. However, I feel that as a phrase, mapping nature doesn't make too much sense. What one can map instead are specific ecological processes. Ecological sciences have developed a very rich vocabulary to identify, describe, and analyze such processes. These concepts can be represented very effectively through cartographic techniques, which doesn't mean that they are the only possible mode of representation, but they are quite effective if one understands their limits and their possibilities. In this presentation, therefore, I will discuss how cartographic methods can be used to specifically map or spatially map ecosystems. I will discuss two projects that I have worked on. This was long ago in, I think, 2005 to 2008. The first project is environmental guidelines for the Matheran Hill Station. And the second is a more recent work, that is the Mapping Aarey report, which was taken up as a part of the KRVI design, research and design cell. The focus of these studies was to understand ecological processes, not simply ecology or nature as static features. The first project involved framing environmental conservation guidelines for the Matheran Hill Station. The hill station of Matheran and the surrounding region, covering an area of more than 200 square kilometers, was declared as an eco-sensitive zone in the year 2003. This included the area of Matheran Municipal Council. I think you all can see the Matheran Municipal Council on the map, the red area, that's the urbanizable zone. I don't have a pointer, but that's the eco-sensitive zone in green, and that's Matheran Plateau, which is in red. That's designated in the regional plan as an urbanizable zone. The notification mentioned that the zonal master plan for the eco-sensitive zone should be prepared by the state government, and that a sub-zonal master plan would specifically be prepared for the Matheran Municipal Council area as a part of the zonal master plan. Between 2004 and 2008, I was part of a team of consultants, including ecologists, geomorphologists, geologists, botanists, and environmental scientists, who conducted ecological surveys in Matheran, which informed studies commissioned by the MMRDA and later by environmental advocacy groups, which recommended environmental guidelines and regulations for the Matheran Municipal Council area to be included in the development plan for the hill station. Ecological mapping, which aims to spatially map ecosystems, required a multidisciplinary effort. My task was simply to coordinate the ecological surveys conducted by the various subject experts and then spatialize these findings. We found old British survey maps of the plateau, which were particularly useful for our endeavor as they had a detailed depiction of the terrain, the natural features of the plateau. In this old survey map, streams, lakes, plateaus, hillocks, steep slopes, the escarpment, and also the surrounding settlements and Adivasi hamlets on the lower terraces have been mapped in detail. In the map to the left, we can see the depiction of a network of streams and natural springs. In the map to the right, one sees two plateaus bordered by a steep escarpment. In this slide, in the map to the left, we see the rocky headland of One Tree Hill. I think you can see that up there. And the Adivasi settlement Nirgudwadi can be located on the terraces just below Chowk Point. In the map to the right, we see streams that lead or feed the Charlotte Lake. So these were the old survey maps, which formed a basis for our ecological mapping that followed. In order to understand ecosystems, it is important to first understand the geological formation of the hill. Matheran Hill forms a major component of a chain of hills, the Matheran-Malangad hill chain, an outlier of the Sahyadri range. The mass of hill is composed of basaltic trap overlaid with a crust of laterite, having an average thickness between 12 to 15 meters, which varies from place to place on the plateau. The formation of laterite is attributed to the chemical weathering of basalt, which occurred over years due to heavy rainfall, leading to the leaching of soluble material, leaving the laterite, which has a high concentration of metals, including iron. Laterite is a soft rock, which hardens on exposure to the atmosphere and is porous and highly absorbent. It behaves like a sponge and holds rainwater, gradually releasing it over time. In the photograph, we see the lateritic plateau on top, which supports the crest forest. It is surrounded by a steep escarpment formed of basalt, and then you see minor terraces which are forested below. This map depicts the topography and superficial hydrology of the plateau. The undulating and irregular terrain of the plateau is formed due to the erosion of this lateritic cap. One sees ridge lines. So if you see on the map, you see these lines, which are the ridge lines. They are formed due to the erosion. The ridge lines form an interconnected system of numerous small plateaus. I think that will be clearer in the next map. So the ridge lines connect the smaller plateaus, which extend into rocky headlands. Those are the points, or promontories that jut out from the edges of the plateau overlooking the valleys. Between these ridges, numerous streams have carved out rills and channels, and they drain and discharge the surface runoff into adjoining valleys. I don't know if this map is clear, but one can clearly see the catchment areas which have been mapped with the ridge lines and the stream network. Due to the porous nature of laterite, which forms the upper strata, a vast quantity of water does not run off but percolates up to the layer of trap below. And this is released gradually in the form of springs. The springs issue out from the junction of the laterite crest with the trap. This map shows how the edge of the plateau, there are numerous natural springs, some of which are perennial and some are seasonal. I don't know if it's clear on the map, but we've mapped all the springs, which are all located along the edges of the plateau, where the basalt intersects with the laterite. The porous nature of laterite is responsible also for the dense evergreen forest cover, or the crest forests. Over the years, the lateritic cap, or the Dury crust, has undergone disintegration along its edges. Processes such as spring sapping contribute to the marginal disintegration of laterite. Marginal disintegration is a process of the breaking up of the lateritic cap. So that is illustrated in the images to the right. As water percolates up to the impervious layer, it cannot percolate further. It flows in a horizontal direction and emerges out as springs. Here, at the edges lose their support due to hollows and cavities carved out by the springs or the water flow, and develop cracks as the slabs tilt. The cracks slowly widen and the edges collapsed. So I think we can see that in some of those images there. Yeah, so you see the slopes where the lateritic cap has cracked and disintegrated. The cracks slowly widen and the edges collapse. Broken blocks and boulders roll along the edge of the slopes. So here we see a cartographic map depicting the geomorphology of the plateau. We have mapped the remnants of the original crust seen in the form of the high plateaus, like Rugby, Olympia, Mount Berry, Governor's Hill. The rest of the cap has been lost due to marginal disintegration. So in pale yellow, we see the area hashed in pale yellow, which is the top slopes. And then you see the marginal slopes, which are the darker areas of the escarpment. The presence of laterite has affected the lithological, hydrological, and pedagogical characteristics of the plateau, which in turn are decisive in the distribution of soil, drainage pattern, water table, springs, and vegetation. The lower slopes of the foothills have moist deciduous vegetation, as we can see in the image to the right. The minor terraces at the foothills or cliffs have a semi-evergreen forest with a preponderance of moist deciduous species. This is again where the original lateritic cap has eroded and consolidated at the level of the terrace. The forested slopes on the plateau, so that's what we see, that is the Matheran plateau. You see the dense green cover on the top. That is the crest forest. The plateau supports a subtropical wet hill evergreen forest type. Lateritic caps, due to less soil depth, in the early successional stages of the region, have herb and grass cover and several endemic species or uncommon species with special adaptations. Yeah, so basically I want to also point out that the lateritic cap do not have tree cover because they are the original caps, but it's the disintegrated slopes which due to soil formation have given rise to the dense subtropical wet hill forests. This map spatializes the distribution and habitat of certain species on the plateau. It maps the location where nests of the Malabar giant squirrel were sighted. These are arboreal species found only in areas that have a contiguous forest canopy cover. The nests are built in trees and the squirrel moves only through the canopy. Fragmentation of the forest has affected their movement and destroyed their habitat. This map shows how the fragmentation of the forest on the plateau due to the felling of the trees and indiscriminate construction activity, apart from the land under the jurisdiction of the forest department, which is forest land, municipal plots in Matheran, which are leased bungalow plots or hotel plots, also have dense vegetation cover. So what we try to depict here is the fragmentation of forest, and one can see the Matheran plots in light green, which are the leased plots having bungalows, which also have dense forest vegetation cover. Development control regulations and urban form guidelines were then formulated to protect this forest cover in the leased lands or the bungalow plots. This study later also informs, I'm not getting into this, but informed subsequent recommendations for soil and water conservation and erosion control on the plateau. I will now come to my next case study, which I'll just go over in brief. I think the report is already online, you all must have seen it. The mapping report of Aarey was undertaken as a part of the KRVI Research and Design Cell. This study provides a qualitative spatial analysis to highlight the impacts of past and proposed land use, land cover changes in Aarey on its river catchments and ecosystems. So here to the left, we see a map showing the reserve forest land within Aarey. I think Stalin spoke about his efforts and how they got this forest area designated as legally as forest. However, what I would like to point out is I've included a map from the Mapping Aarey report, which shows that ecological systems or boundaries of ecological systems do not necessarily coincide with these administrative boundaries. Contiguous with the SGNP, Aarey is an area where two of the city's rivers originate, the Oshivara and the Mithi rivers. The major rivers in Mumbai originate in the hilly core of Salsette Island. We identified the catchment areas of the Mithi and Oshivara rivers. The Mithi river originates in Sanjay Gandhi National Park. The Oshivara river originates in Aarey itself. Aarey, which constitutes an area where both these rivers originate, fits the criteria of high ecological significance and demands conservation and protection. Experts have identified various habitats in Aarey Colony, including scrub forests, seasonal freshwater marshes, hillocks with various degrees of vegetation cover, rocky outcrops, grassland and scrub which sustains diverse forms of flora and fauna, making the area significant for its biodiversity. This area was contiguous with and served as a buffer for the protected forest area of the national park. The vegetation of Aarey, being contiguous with Sanjay Gandhi National Park, has a floral and faunal composition similar to that of the forest within the national park. These maps indicate broad land cover change in the catchments of the Mithi and Oshivra River between the years 1926 and 2019. The mapping of land cover change over the years shows a substantial increase in development intensity and or built up or concretized areas in the catchments of the two rivers, with the exception of a few areas including Aarey, the SGMP and surrounding hilly areas, since these had some kind of legal protection or zoning in the DP. The land cover map of 2019 also shows that there is some degree of fragmentation of forest and natural vegetation cover even in Aarey and surrounding areas. Aarey has largely remained a low development zone with extensive forest cover and open areas which provide a sizable permeable area for rainwater infiltration and groundwater recharge. Opening up Aarey to similar built-up intensity as the remaining areas of the catchment will impact its ecological and biodiversity values. These maps show how the extent of Aarey Colony as indicated in the 3 development plans for Mumbai, 1964, 1981 and 2016. The maps show a gradual shrinking of the original Aarey Colony area as sanctioned in the 3 development plans. Since the Aarey Colony was established, substantial parcels of land were diverted in an ad hoc manner over time to other uses. Aarey Colony is predominantly forest land and contiguous with the Sanjay Gandhi National Park. The map to the right shows how developments such as Royal Palms and the expansion of Film City into the land, which was earlier a part of SGNP, has resulted in fragmentation of the contiguous forest cover between SGNP and Aarey. This could result in habitat loss and also affect the movement of wildlife. Here are images of some streams flowing through the valley floors in Aarey. Concretization in these catchment areas has increased surface runoff and they have increased the risk of downstream flooding. These maps show the new reservations in the proposed DP 2034. They show the metro cars shed, the zoo, and where the housing will be located, which will involve a substantial amount of construction and concretization in the catchment of the Mithi River. The proposed reservations will also involve a substantial amount of construction of concretized land, increasing the surface runoff. The expert committee report, in compliance with the Supreme Court, also observed that the construction of reinforced concrete retaining walls in Aarey, without considering the riverine hydrology, environmental and flooding aspects, are completely unjustified as they obstruct the river ecology and restrict the flow of water through and from the river. These maps show how the proposed developments in Aarey are likely to impact not only the surrounding areas in Aarey, but also result in downstream impacts, specifically the risk of urban flooding. In this presentation, I would like to make some general points. We map only what we can understand. It is only when one understands ecological processes that one is able to explain them through techniques of mapping. We often hear academics complain that maps depict fixed boundaries and fail to understand flows, fluxes, and interdependencies of nature. Therefore, we need concepts that are flexible, soft, fluid, to challenge the static modes of representation. But as I have tried to argue here in my presentation, much of the language of ecological sciences is a language of processes. Unfamiliarity with these concepts leads to vague formations. For example, for instance, a very popular idea some years ago, Mumbai in an estuary. Mumbai is not located in an estuary. There are estuaries located in Mumbai. Or that we should understand the city as degrees of wetness. These formulations do not explain processes, but instead obfuscate them. Finally, the maps of natural areas that are often shown in land use plans or planning documents are not ecological maps. They are legal maps. They are legal maps. These maps are meant for denoting legal planning designations and are used to depict property boundaries. For instance, the Mumbai Climate Action Plan shared a map of the natural areas of the city, but these were just simply the legally designated natural areas, not studies or maps of the city's ecosystems. Maps are prepared for a specific purpose. It is important to understand its purpose rather than dismissing the technique as being limited or problematic. Thank you.
Thank you, Shweta. I would now like to call upon our next panelist, Abhijit Ekbote. He's an urban designer with a keen interest in mapping. He has worked as secretary of MMR Environment Improvement Society and Heritage Conservation Society formed by MMRDA. He has worked on various projects funded by GIZ, NIUA, Erasmus+, World Bank, UNDP. He is an adjunct professor, associate professor at School of Environment and Architecture. He maintains a web GIS portal, City Resource In, on which he hosts several maps representing the intersections between human habitation and natural environment.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'm going to try and beat Stalin's time of 7.5 minutes. Okay, so the title of my presentation is Mapping Nature Engineering and the Question of Floods. So from the perspective of floods, I'm going to try and talk about 4 different cities as fast as possible. Bengaluru, Chennai, Delhi and Mumbai. Okay. So, if you look at the case of Bengaluru right now, it is deeply facing severe water shortage and it has also faced flooding a lot. So this 1935 map actually shows that there were large water holding tanks. Now, Bengaluru is on a plateau and it is at an elevation of 3,000 feet or so. So if you don't hold water, and it was traditional wisdom that if you don't catch and hold water, it's going to be difficult. So this map actually revealed a lot. I mean, a lot of real estate development, hardening of surfaces, converting open spaces into large sort of hard landscaped areas has led to, first, no percolation, and second, because there is no percolation, water doesn't know where to go, and the whole city is facing flooding. And the water holding tanks also are interconnected with each other. This is a case of one such tank in Bangalore where it's converted to a golf course. Okay. So, yeah, I mean, this is what has happened, and it's not a very surprising thing that today Bengaluru is facing water crisis and flooding. Now, Chennai, similarly, had 7 major water retaining structures which have completely disappeared. I mean, you can see the profile of roads and other adjacent sort of features, but rampant urbanization, which has completely given disregard to the presence of water retaining structures, has completely erased them, which is why Chennai has flooded so much in the past. And with every cyclone that comes on the eastern coast, Chennai faces a lot of problem. This one is the largest, which has gone. And you can also see that there was dependence on this sort of water holding tanks by neighboring agricultural fields, which were probably fed by canals. And now that we have pipe water system, which was introduced by the British, it's all not very important, so they're neglected. This is the case of Delhi, where this is one patch, 1857 map, which shows the patch between the hill and the bank of Yamuna. Now there were a lot of deep ravines which were there. So I noticed that this map showed several deep ravines which ran from the hill up to the banks of Yamuna, which must be taking a lot of water while, I mean, if it is excessively raining, but today's scenario, you will see nothing there. It's absolutely gone. The landscape has completely changed, and it's not a very shocking thing to kind of experience flooding now. Even infrastructure projects have been built on softer landscapes. So that is the case of Delhi. Now I'll quickly also talk about Mumbai. Of course, I am from Mumbai. I also live in a flood-prone area. You can tell from my shoes. So Mumbai has always been, it has always been on water. So somewhere down here, there is this Prince of Wales Museum outside the fort. So the fort wall was demolished in 1890s, all of us know, and the city was planned and expanded towards the west. Series of such reclamations have happened, and I use a lot of overlay technique, which is similar to the Makhagan technique, where he talks about overlaying different layers and layers of maps on top of each other, and they reveal a lot. And then you can, clearly see what was soft, what was the edge, and now what is not there. Okay. This is shown by almost every presenter. The 7 islands, and not just the 7 islands, but there were many islands on the Salsette side also, which were kind of connected. And today, flooding is expected any moment, actually. This is a 1919 map, again showing extremely soft, fragmented sort of landscape here, which a lot of salt pans there. This is the Antop Hill area, and where it's highly urbanized and densely urbanized. A lot of housing colonies and everything has come, including informal settlements. So informal settlements usually, have always happened where the landscape has been very difficult. Steep slopes, areas prone to landslides, wetlands, and so on. It's a 1960 map. This was probably the last chance we had to kind of not do what we continued doing, reclaiming rampantly. We still had something here. We still had some mud flats there, but we didn't stop. That's Lokhandwala complex. And we all know the history of how Lokhandwala created land, and out of nowhere. And we have a lot of problems all over the city. This is a case of how informal settlements, since they don't find space anywhere, they come up in areas which are difficult. That's the Site and Services project funded by the World Bank. A lot of architects and urban designers fantasize that and also teach how wonderful this is, but there is another side to it. It's built on a mud flat. Now, this is a 1926 map showing the flood-prone spots in red circles. The diameter is approximately indicative of the degree of flooding. And on the below, of course, you see the satellite image, which tells you that, again, the softer landscape areas have been built up, and we have lost a lot of wetland ecosystem during the entire process of urbanization. This is outside Mumbai. A large portion, about 5 square kilometers, comes up on a wetland, completely on a wetland. This is a steel manufacturing plant, which was initially commissioned to Nippon in 1980s or so, and then taken over by Ispat, and after that by JSW. This is a Raigad district. It's a part map of the Raigad district, and this is where the steel manufacturing plant comes up. Now in cities, typically, as Shweta already talked about, we kind of build these high concrete walls, RCC retaining walls along the rivers, making them absolutely impervious. And every election, the height is raised. Without without any acknowledgement to the invert level of all the stormwater drains. So you can make a 17-story high retaining wall, but the outlet is where it is going to remain. So when the water level rises, that's where the water comes in from. That's the evidence. And this is my area. So this is how the water starts entering into the city through the stormwater drain network itself, because the valves which are supposed to be shut when the water pressure is on it, they are not functioning, because a lot of plastic trash and everything gets stuck and they remain in an open position, giving rise to flooding. And of course this is just 2005, there was a soft edge to National Park. And this is what has happened. Some MLA or MP used his funds to kind of make that wall. Not just that, make a concretized parking lot inside National Park. Okay, and that is the impact of flooding that you see. We don't stop at the edge. We also build on the rivers. So concretizing the edges and then building on the rivers. This is a concrete bridge which is built on the river, following the river, not across. It's following the river. And these are some of the photographs of that. This is the Daisar River, and you will see that the river, it follows the river, as if there is no other space left to build in the city. And to make things worse, now the BMC is constructing sewage treatment plants on the riverbed. Okay, these are the 4 which I have seen myself, and one of them I'm going to show, which is the first one at Daisar. So this is a sewage treatment plant, multi-storied, built on the river. Okay, this is one edge of the river, that's the other edge of the river. It's built on the river. I'm going to repeat that at least 5 times because I'm shocked. I mean, I live very close to this space, and I have to see this every day. And a lot of water enters the city. It's almost like a bottleneck, where when the rain is more than 100 or 200 millimeters per hour, Daisar River looks like this. And about 6,000 million liters, that's a very conservative estimate that I did using GIS. It is enough to flood that much part of the city by about 3 feet. Okay. Which actually is a very scary situation. And then in times of calamities, these boundaries that we draw between forest and the city no longer remain. And that the deer has actually swam across the national park and come into our housing society. Okay. So this is what happens when the infrastructure takes over and completely, this is a quick visualization of what would happen in a deluge-like situation. So if we have, say, 6-meter high tide and more than 300 millimeters of rain, this is how, we'll get all our islands back, basically. Back to our old map. This is what may happen to Charkop. This is done using a 30-meter resolution digital elevation model, which shows clearly, and the nalas are taken from the stormwater drain data itself of MCGM. That's the JVBD scheme, and that's how things will start flooding and start spreading. And these are the old, the chronic flooding spots which are indicated in red color. And that's BKC, which is completely built on wetland. Okay. So Mithi River will start flowing the way it used to flow many years back. And that's Govandi, M East Ward, Shivaji Nagar, Banganwadi, and Cheetah Camp is below there. This exactly tallies with the old maps, so it's not really surprising. So thinking about all these things, then what I feel is that what if the planning unit, which is the administrative ward on the left, we start treating the watersheds, which is the catchment areas. These are the catchment areas which are vectorized from a stormwater drain map. As you reference the stormwater drain catchment area map, which they consider while making any interventions. So, what if that becomes our planning unit? You know, it will make a huge difference. Where our entire effort is towards, keeping water in the center. We start designing or deciding our interventions instead of having some arbitrary line which has nothing to do with the flow of water. And what if we start mapping surfaces and include them in the DCRs, that you have to have a soft landscape around your building. Every small project, medium project, large project, start then responding. This is a small exercise we did in collaboration with WRI. Elective I conducted in KRVI. The students had mapped surfaces and then we overlaid flooding spots on them. And we found that areas which are newly developed do not flood because they have concretized and raised the levels, and it is the older areas and softer landscapes which are flooding today. And what if we start making apps which are, accessible to people, where you click on the location button and in a second you will understand whether you are inside a flooding zone or how far you are from danger. So that QR code is scannable. Anybody can scan that QR code and you will come to know if your house or wherever you stay, how far it is. I am inside the red spot, right there. Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation, Abhijit. Our last panelist for today, Miriam Menacherry. She's the founder director of Filament Pictures, dedicated to creating a brand of social documentaries that have won acclaim in India and internationally. She's been chosen as the British Academy of Film and Television Arts Breakthrough Talent from India 2023-2024. She is one of the 18 fellows selected in the first cohort of Global Media Makers Fellowship by Film Independent and US State Department of Education and Cultural Affairs. Her award-winning films are about everyday heroes, from Shadows 2022, The Leopard's Tribe 2022, The Lyrie Notes 2015, The Rat Race 2011, The Robot Jockey 2007, Stuntman of Bollywood 2005, and 7-part series Back to the Floor Indian CEOs on BBC World. Her films have been broadcast on channels like National Geographic Channel, BBC, Al Jazeera, TV2 Denmark, Arte France, and Netflix. She served as a jury member on International Documentary Association IDA Awards USA, Kashish LGBTQ Festival, and Indian Documentary Producers Association Awards. I'll call upon Miriam to...
Yeah, since I'm the last speaker of the day, I'm going to try and meet Stalin's record and Abhijit's record as well. And I think since I'm a filmmaker, I'm going to let the clips do the talking, and I'm going to not talk at all. In a sense, the documentary I worked on kind of joins the dots of all the speakers who spoke today. In fact, when I attended the museum, what struck me was many of the objects, the characters, the people were all in my film. The film began when I shot in the pandemic. It's called The Leopard's Tribe. It was at the peak of the Aarey protests when I saw that the people at the forefront of the protests were the Boyer family, who you've been introduced to already. And my film kind of explores why the Adivasi community and needs to be, in a sense, the
map makers of our city to define the border between city and forest, because they are the only ones who live in that buffer zone and know the secrets of coexistence. So I'm just going to show you clips and try to thread it through. So the presence of the leopard itself indicates an answer to the question that we've been raising, because he's the top of the food chain, and therefore we automatically assume that all the other species below the leopard are present in this ecosystem. So some of the questions, for instance, that Stalin is raising in court, when I screened the documentary as well, Anand Patwardhan asked me, why aren't you submitting the documentary as a sort of a proof of the ecosystem, and where is the debate about the forest? Because there are more than 500 species, obviously, that are going to be coexisting below the leopard. Now, the presence of the leopard itself, it evokes a very different emotion with the Adivasi community, and a very different sort of psychological map in the city. And that's something that is very important to sort of map. Because not only do they know the leopards by the patterns on their skin, they've given them names. There's a sort of bond with each of these leopards, and more importantly, their cultural practices, they also worship the leopard. So there lies the sort of secret of coexistence. So I will just juxtapose with this the sort of reaction that we have within the city, and it's part of the reason why I made this film, is because I live in Powai. I have leopards visit me in the building, and we had traps go up, and these very solid sort of boundaries then to define where is the city, where is the forest, and this whole fear psychosis sort of gripping the space. So I think what this specific clip raises is also the fluidity of the idea of home, right? We live in like these huge sort of concrete towers as against their definition of home, which is far more expansive and with not such defined boundaries, and therefore that idea and notion of home itself and the creatures that inhabit both these spaces. So again, you saw the song that we saw earlier as well, so that's why I chose this clip. The next scene, you see a wedding in the family, and this scene was actually shot in the peak of the pandemic, where there were lockdown restrictions. We could not actually move around, and the youngest boy's son, Akash Boyer, who became curious about the camera, began filming for us. So it became a sort of participative form of, or collaborative form of filmmaking, which is also important in one, seeing the Adivasi community as being storytellers themselves and playing this part to put their story out. So here you clearly see the leopard not just as a daily sort of a visitor, but the kind of position that he holds in the household, and is like this god who is come to bless the wedding. And the next scene, actually, you see the young couple exploring whether they should be staying in apartments. And when they go there, they realize that, it's a world very removed from their own reality, and it's going to cut them off from all their traditions. And over a period of time, they will lose their identity and, the entire sort of ecosystem that they are bound to. This is later, this is actually a political rally where you see the Adivasis on the street using their forms of nature worship to mark World Tribal Day, and you also see the environment minister at that time. He was actually quite progressive in saying that during the pandemic, we realized the role of the indigenous community because everyone was kind of scrambling for oxygen cylinders at that time, and whereas it was them who were at the forefront of when the felling of trees happened. And not just during that time, but when it was summer, for instance, every year in Mumbai we have fires, forest fires. No one knows the source of these fires. Very often it's someone who's strayed in, who's thrown something. There are also conspiracy theories that these fires are started by the real estate mafia, who is trying to encroach and change the boundaries in a way of our city. Similarly, at that time also you do see that it's the Adivasis who are living there, who are actually coming to the forefront for the sort of firefighting that is required at that point. Similarly, during flooding, you saw it in the previous presentations as well. There is a scene with Stalin and Boyer where they are actually looking at the scale of flooding and how it's also affecting Aarey. And the dairy farms over there, where like the buffaloes are, having to be taken out, they're neck deep in water and stuff like that. So there's like footage of that, and they also pin it down to the fact that there are these solid walls that are coming up along the river, which is not allowing the water to percolate and spread through the forest. So I think what it does is put a spin on what is knowledge. Is it really from like the scientists and these people in high institutions, or is there a wealth of sort of indigenous knowledge that we are not tapping into, and to define more sort of sustainable ways of defining boundaries as well. So one of the main characters, Premila Boyer, was arrested during the I wish I could show you that clip. It's a longish clip. It's in the peak of the Aarey protests again. A lot of people gave us their phone footage at that time because the police clamped down so heavily that there was no real documentation besides what citizens did to document at that point. Premila Boyer, in fact, played a very critical role. She was nicknamed the Tigress of Aarey at that time. She was at the forefront of the protests, and she was arrested along with a bunch of students, and for a long time I think was consulting even with Stalin about how to get this case dropped, because she had to face the implications of that, not just on herself but also her family. There is also a scene of leopard attacks. So I think why it's important to psychologically map when something like this happens. Again, the fear is to put up the walls, whereas I think the explanation that came both from the Adivasis as well as Nayan, who is the wildlife photographer, it was they immediately were able to analyze the animal who did it and identified it as a teenage cub who was separated from its mother and therefore was going through this anxiety, and therefore putting it through further anxiety, like putting it in a trap or putting up boundaries and stuff like that, would actually escalate the problem rather than solve it. Yeah, so I would end over there. As you can see, they are being threatened to be evicted, being called slum dwellers. I think the biggest challenge is the absence of paperwork where Adivasis are concerned. Someone like Boyer, his grandfather was educated somewhere, so he has some sort of a paper trail, whereas many of his neighbors do not have such a paper trail. Therefore, also the importance of maps, because at any point in time, like what Stalin was able to pull out is something that's not a map that's in the archives, for instance. He has been archiving, so you can kind of draw these boundaries of where they are entitled to stay and where they are entitled as forest dwellers to have that, and it cannot be called a slumland. So I would end over there, and I think the whole film was just to put out this sort of invisible narrative of indigenous people within the city and how they hold this wisdom to actually define these borders. And I think the further we move from like sort of concrete borders, we look different, we act different, and it's jarring. And the faster we kind of define this buffer zone and these people who are the sentries of city and forest, who will actually negotiate these borders, I think there might be solutions.
So I'll just make it quick. I'll just ask an overarching question. In all the four presentations, we spoke about boundary very starkly and very different entities, different kind of things about it, where Miriam spoke about how we have to negotiate and create that relationship, where I think Stalin, where you are also getting that, you're facing a challenge with the terminology of forest and the challenges that you face when you have a categorization that happens from the governance end. And then where do you, you support a report, and then where you draw the boundary, and how do you get that kind of approach and kind of bring that forth, that the idea of forest, and how do you kind of face the challenges of terminology, and how do you approach that when you are dealing with the cases and with the government. With the idea of in Shweta's presentation, where in study of Aarey, where you were sort of looking at a region, but you were also, you kind of chose a larger area and took a watershed to a study, and kind of said that, how we are bounded by these political boundaries, and we have to look beyond to understand a certain system. So how in today's world boundaries in map making should be kind of shifted or considered? And with Abhijit, I think when you started dynamically looking at, especially at these areas and their changes, and how historically, so how the digital spatial technique has helped you to kind of understand this kind of statistic, dynamic kind of edges, and sort of bring it into your study, and then kind of understand boundaries there, where somewhere they sort of historically they are coming to where it began with. And somewhere then Rashmi and Rohit, you guys went on field and kind of took the smaller stories and nuances to study, and there was no boundary, and you kind of created this seamless this thing. Then what is boundary for you in terms of, is it the stories, and then how do you kind of understand the edges?
What is a forest? That is the big million-dollar question even today. Even the Supreme Court has not been able to come to a conclusion. It put the onus onto the state governments to come up with their definitions. So every state came up with their own definition, like based on the tree cover. So it sort of became synonymous, like if there are trees, it's a forest, which is not right. That's why I said you have to first define a forest. And this was a challenge even in the Save Aarey battle, because when the battle was in the final hearing stage, we argued vehemently that this is a forest. So they asked us, the judge asked us, the then Chief Justice asked us, why do you say it's a forest? So we said it has so much of tree cover. So he says, where is it mentioned that if you have a tree cover, it's a forest? So we showed the dictionary definition and the Supreme Court order, which said that an area with substantial amount of trees can be considered or should be considered as a forest. So then the question was thrown at us, what is substantial area? And what is substantial cover? What is the basis for your, go back to the Supreme Court and argue it and come back with a definition. So they sent us to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court, being what it is, has never scientifically approached this issue. I am saying this with no disrespect to the Supreme Court. Every forest is different, every forest is a different distinct ecosystem. You have shrub forest, you have marshes, you have tropical rainforest, dry deciduous forest, all kinds of forests. So you have to treat it as a distinct entity. Right now our challenge is that for everything, every destruction that happens, you have a quick fix that go and plant trees. It is so absurd, we pretend to be scientific illiterates, and that hurts. The most stupid example which I would like to give, I mean the most best example of stupidity is that you are
clearing the rainforests of Andaman or Nicobar, and you're going to plant trees somewhere in northern India. So that is your level of understanding. So we are grappling with this, it's a continuous issue. Now the process is to start educating everyone in this entire chain, right from the revenue department to the judiciary to the lawyers. It's a challenge. We are continuously doing it. Now even mangroves, if you see every second day you come to know that mangroves are being cleared, you are allowed to clear mangroves. But now there is no space left to plant mangroves. So you touched your fixed deposit, you have broken it, and now you're just spending from it. So we are already in negative balance, and we are not making a serious effort to come into the positive.
Yeah, you spoke about the question of boundaries, right? And then why we looked at the mapping of catchment areas of Aarey as opposed to its political boundary. So I think the purpose of my presentation was also because I think one of the questions asked is that often by academics is that traditional or conventional mapping techniques or cartographic methods, to be specific, are not able to represent these processes and flows or the complexity of ecological systems. So I wanted to clarify this. I feel that every map has a purpose. The cartography as a method is simply a tool. A line is often drawn to create a boundary between two things, but a line is also just simply an abstraction. It is a representation or it symbolizes something. It could either symbolize a boundary or it could symbolize a flow, or it could symbolize the steepness of a slope, or it could represent something else. So I think that maps or techniques or the technique of mapping is only as useful insofar as what is the intent of the map, or what is the, what you are trying to depict. And I think that through my presentation, I try to talk about how science has a very detailed vocabulary to describe ecological processes. And once one is able to understand ecological processes and systems scientifically, it is possible to use cartography as a tool to map or depict them. And it is not the same map as a map which divides or creates a, land use boundary or a property boundary or a legal boundary. So that's what I wanted to argue, and therefore the kinds of maps I tried to show in my presentation were cartographic maps, which were representations of ecological processes or depictions of them. Yeah. A map essentially is a flattened image which uses lines, textures, symbols to symbolize something in the real world. It is not a literal representation of the real world, and therefore one needs to understand the purpose of the map and then see how they can be used strategically to create an argument or a discourse.
Yeah, I think whatever we try to do, a map cannot be 100% accurate. It is a curved surface which is projected onto a plane, and then we see what it is. So the real distances and the real, it's far away from reality. But there are dangers of lines. Making lines and boundaries, there are dangers and advantages also. So if you are trying to protect environment or natural system, then it's a very useful tool to draw a line, because then you can argue or say that this is to be protected. You can't cross this line. At the same time, as Sok argues, you make a line, and then that line can become a wall. And that it could take any form, which could prevent, the flows and all of that. So there are dangers everywhere, both sides. But if one has to, if a human being is drawing a map, then probably it's something to do with legality. The advantages are that you can quantify areas. You can say that this is how much it is, and this is what it means. For example, the kind of maps that I make and use for my academic exercises is to quantify how much carbon sequestration is, was done and now not done this much, and we have lost that much. You can quantify. So those are the advantages of using lines.
So I think the scale at which these boundaries are made is very important. So for a person living in the national park, so if someone is making a house, so house is like a boundary which is made to protect his body or the body of the family. But later the boundaries are blurred with the angan around it, the wadi around it, and then it ends up into the same landscape. But if we use similar strategy as in building walls to kind of create boundaries around the forest, it may not work the same way.
Yeah, for me, I think the boundaries are more about blurring boundaries and creating buffer zones. Whether we are talking about the coastal ecosystem where you need that mangroves, the fact that it's a hard line and you're not defining this buffer zone, it nullifies the effect, the importance of having these buffer zones. And similarly with Aarey is a very important buffer zone, and when we start drawing hard lines rather than the softer lines that actually encompass a huge discourse which is being left out in defining maps itself of our city.
Yeah. Do we have a question from?
There was a question that actually
Yeah.
Shaina wanted to ask, but she said, "Abhi mujhe janna padega," so she didn't ask. But she asked me to ask, which is to Ronit and Rashmi. She was wondering why, in the process of research or the making of the drawing, why wasn't there more of a close collaboration between, let's say, a Wadi tradition of drawing and the traditions of drawing that are coming from more conventional architectural histories?
Okay, so to answer that, I think actually we tried to have such a kind of collaboration with Dinesh trying to draw his pada in a Warli form, and I trying to draw the same pada as an outsider. But I think it is still in process and it needs more work to kind of terminate it into a established kind of a work.
But I also think that the drawing encapsulates the person, the experience that the person who's drawing it brings to the field. So Dinesh's experiences as a tribal who's living within the forest is going to depict different stories. And us who are going in as field researchers and collaborating and bringing out those stories have a different way to put them down through drawings. So I think the act of working together was the collaboration, and the outputs that came in had different forms.
There is a tendency often, let me say this, there's a tendency often among especially us researchers and come from a certain class to immediately invalidate a lot of, let's say, ways in which we are trained, as automatically as being somewhat, coming from all kinds of other histories. And it seems as if we are always wanting to kind of learn from the communities. There's some strange urge that we always have. I was just curious as to what you guys think about this across the whole, because Miriam is coming from, filmmaking, which comes with its own language, with its own, I guess, method of making. How does one mediate, in other words, these techniques that are coming from your profession, the discipline, and the fact that you're working with communities that perhaps have, I wouldn't say different, but other histories. I don't think that's a question of us. It's just like leaving it open out there. It's something that we already are working with.
Yeah, I think the medium is a combination of medium you decide based on what kind of audience it is meant for. So if it is meant for an audience which is visiting the museum, then the virtual reality works perfectly fine. I mean, it's a great way of mapping. But for certain kind of audience, it may not work. I mean, how do you reach to certain category of people? Yeah, so I think the choice of medium and the way you draw or represent depends on the kind of audience it is made for.
So I'd like to recall, so this was much before the mapping RA report, in 2014 or 15 when we were, there were these consultations that MCGM had organized, and that time we had organized communities, including people from the Adivasi Padas, etc., to come for the ward office consultations. And during that time, essentially the whole idea was engaging with the development plan, and you had to articulate the claims being made by the Adivasis had to be articulated in terms of boundaries or hard boundaries, or the padas had to be demarcated. So even those lines, which are demarcations in the development plan, were essentially trying to protect the Adivasi interests, were defined boundaries. When you spoke about the buffer zone, you said that the mangroves are a hard line. It is not the case. In the CRZ, the mangroves has a buffer zone. But even to be able to delineate a buffer zone, you need cartography, or you need hard lines to define a buffer. RA itself is a buffer, which allows for a lot of different land uses. So I think that there is a certain kind of understanding that we have as academics, professionals, or even coming from various disciplines. Scientists have a better understanding, or the geomorphologists may have a better understanding. I think it is a multidisciplinary effort, and to be able to understand something better, one needs to integrate these different approaches and not kind of dismiss something as being problematic, simply because, it may have been used for something else in the past. Yeah.
I think that's I'm thinking of this conversation in relationship with the earlier section. That there was a lot of that conversation that was about blurrings and negotiations and all of those things. That all of them seem to kind of automatically presume the, they dismiss traditional cartography. And I was just curious as to...
Yeah, and I think in my presentation I did point out that, sometimes this kind of vocabulary that we invent, we say that traditional techniques are not, or limited, or not able to explain ecological processes, and therefore we need other kinds of terminology, like possibly wetness, or, again, but the more vague or blurry your terminology is, it really obfuscates reality. There is nothing wrong with the use of a scientific understanding of ecological processes, and that can be depicted through cartography, and it does depict ecological processes and help in their protection.
Yeah. No, my question is whether the cartographer himself or herself has that domain expertise of interpreting.
Yes, I
so who is sort of invited to the table and who is drawing the lines finally as well.
Yeah. I have a question actually. You know that between all the presentations today, there is one view of ecology that looks at, an intersection across human habitation, and ecological systems, right? And there is another which seeks to kind of take a claim on this idea of, ecological dynamics and, whatever the scientific view, for to be looked at for itself as if it has its own different rationality that has to be understood, right? Not through the human, but through its own dynamics. And I would like, between these two ways of looking, what is the, what are the arguments being made, and why these, these separate kind of approaches are taken.
Okay, so so I think there's one view, like clearly when you're talking, when you're taking a scientific view of ecosystems, it is actually understanding ecological processes through their scientific terminology. It is not really, but I think that itself also has a value. And it does not necessarily a mapping of ecosystems, as we shows in the case of Matheran or in the case of Aarey in my presentation. Matheran was an urbanizable zone. It is an urban area, it is a municipal council. It is not a isolated, protected forest area. It is inhabited.
There are Adivasi padas, there are also, bungalows, there are informal settlements there. And what we did was a mapping of ecological systems within that settlement, which is inhabited and urban. The same for Aarey. So a mapping of ecological processes through a scientific understanding of geomorphology doesn't automatically exclude or eliminate that the fact that there are people living there. But still, that science in itself is required to be understood, to understand what is happening to the terrain and how it's eroding, or whether a forest which is so fragile, which may actually disappear at one point if those processes are not controlled. So I think that it's not, the two are not necessarily at odds with one another. I think which is why I think the way academics generally understand the environment is they understand it also through legal boundaries. If you look at Mumbai's climate action plan and the ecosystems map, natural systems map that they have made, it actually only maps the forest and the mangroves as legal boundaries. If you actually begin to map ecosystems and ecological processes, it should encompass the whole of the city. It is not only restricted to the protected area network. So I think that one has to understand ecosystems, or a scientific understanding, not as simply something which is used to exclude. It may be something that certain legal frameworks or property frameworks do, but it's not necessarily, I think, a problem with the technique of cartography or of science.
I'm not asking that. I'm asking that there could be one that places ecology at the center, right? And that doesn't necessarily get into things like pollution or the relationships, except when they are kind of encroaching on the natural system. But like kind of ancient historical, geologically evolved terrain which is forever there, versus these other things that are like Aarey is not it's a very strange landscape. And these tabelas, there is all sorts of waste and sewage and pollution as well, right? As part of the system. So there is one, I'm saying that there are two ways, there are two kinds of arguments being made. One is one extreme, right? One is looking at stories and things like that, and looking at those interactions, or Miriam's film also, and or Abhijit's, which is both superimposed on each other and looking what is happening, right? And the other place seems to be that there is a both, right? You seem to place very strongly this idea of nature and not and human interference, like that. That's what I feel.
No, so in my presentation I did not map, which is why I clarified that I was not mapping nature. I was mapping ecological systems. So the human beings were not really an ecosystem interference. The ecological...
They are not part of the ecological system. They are not part of the interactions within ecological systems. I'm asking you.
No, scientifically, the way an ecosystem is defined is, it clearly talks about the biotic and abiotic factors. So if you look at the definition of an ecosystem scientifically, it does not include humans, because there are certain species which are a part of that habitat. So human beings are also there, but that doesn't mean the ecosystems do not, continue within those habitats. So what I'm saying is, an approach to understanding ecosystem does not necessarily exclude communities. An approach which is about isolating nature to protect them from communities is something that is exclusive. But ecosystems can be mapped in urban areas and coastal landscapes. So, but having a scientific view of ecology, because it does exist, right? So it doesn't really, I think it is important and it is relevant. And the reason why, because my work actually is with the fisher community. I also work with communities. I've worked with the Adivasis and their claims vis-a-vis the development plan in the past. However, I think every problem has a certain approach or an argument. When we are making an argument for environment conservation, we will have to foreground those ecological systems and understand them. So at that time, the emphasis was not really on mapping communities or padas. So I think the emphasis can also change based on the purpose of what one is trying to map, and that does not necessarily either exclude or eliminate something which can also be there and can be looked at. And cartography also, I'm saying, is not the only method to map the ecosystems. There can be other methods, and one needs to use, the advantage of cartography is that it also gives you a spatial kind of a location or understanding which is useful towards policy making or planning.
I just want to clarify, you were saying that with a scientific point of view, it excludes humans from ecosystems.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying it doesn't necessarily. We have to understand the importance of science also to be able to understand impacts of climate change, etc., on human habitats also. So the division between nature and human habitation was done in some legally protected frameworks which try to isolate national parks, sanctuaries, forests from urban habitations. Whereas I'm saying that the ecological approach to mapping can encompass urban habitations and ecosystems. Like Matheran was not, all of it is not a designated forest. It includes hotels, leasehold bungalows, villages, and many other kinds of human habitation. And it is possible to map ecological systems even within densely populated urban areas.
But again, the distinction of that you are saying ecological systems within urban areas, whereas like ecological systems through the definition of it includes human beings as a species and what they make. Right now, humans have come to a place where they have the power to like alter ecological systems, but they are still like species that are part of
There are, for instance, there are certain habitats where you have certain communities of species. So for instance, I would say that in Matheran, there was a certain ecosystem where as an ecological community, we did not have human beings. Human beings have gone and made settlements within those areas. And to map ecosystems, therefore, one has to use a scientific understanding of what a crest forest and what was the community which inhabited the crest forest, right? So one does make a distinction, but it doesn't necessarily exclude.
See, Matheran is a eco-sensitive area. It has forests inside it, but it is not completely a forest. So in ecologically sensitive area, it has humans also, human settlements, human activities, what is permitted, what is not. So it is a balanced approach in that area at least.
So one would need to define habitats and ecosystems, and one would have to understand what was the ecosystem of a lateritic plateau on its own. One does not say that one has to exclude other users from that plateau, but scientifically one needs to understand what the biodiversity comprises of. Right? It's just conceptual, it's not necessarily creating divisions.
There's an example of a large plot of land in Patil, which was protected, and humans were not allowed to enter. They fenced it, and after 5 years there was a forest there. So humans had a lot of cattle and everything, they were used to graze, and the moment you stopped with human interference, you said no, you can't enter this area. There was a forest there and no forest beyond that boundary.
Conversely, for instance, if you take Aarey itself, if you look at old images of Mumbai city, 60s and so on, you find that the vegetation cover is very less. Many of these areas have actually become forests due to human plantation, and it's not necessarily plantation which is, environmentalists call it invasive species and so on. So I think even Sonal's point is that there often there is an interrelationship which, when one maps ecosystems specifically, one tends to think that this would exist better without human interference. And I mean, I can understand what Shweta is trying to say, but conceptually you want to understand the ecosystems, and then you can also understand interrelationships. So one can conceptually at least make distinctions and then study interrelationships rather than...
It's a conceptual distinction, not because in Matheran, in fact, the environment has now improved. There were certain policies set in place, and even with the erosion control measures that are being implemented as of now, one sees that the forest cover has actually improved. And these are human interventions which have increased it. If we had left it as it was, because it was a natural erosion process because of the headward erosion of streams, you know, because of the lateritic terrain. It's a soft terrain. A human intervention was needed to actually prevent that erosion, which actually led to an improvement in the forest cover. So one doesn't necessarily say that the human intervention is a negative intervention. But still one needs to understand conceptually to even know how one intervenes or mitigates these impacts.
Unfortunately, we cannot remove MMRDA interference.
No, but MMRDA has now they are doing the soil and water conservation now. So one has to also see it, in both ways. MMRDA commissioned the study to do the environment, surveys.
I think this was one of the main kind of, let's say, issues that we also were discussing when we were mapping the area, is to stay away from the romanticization that is very often embedded within the ways in which academics tend to look at it. There's a presumption that when an academic group that is as architects or activists or whoever they are, then there will be a certain kind of romantic imagination, anti-scientific kind of imagination. As architects, of course, we are always hedging, a little like worried about our own cartographic sort of, they're always a little apologetic, to be blunt. Because people are always giving values. You architects, you don't understand. This is like, we get it all the time. Now, it's of course, you architects, you don't understand nature. I'm sorry, that's still to draw. So our problem is, how do you draw? Given the fact that there is this perpetual sort of anxiety around the nature of the drawing and the agency of it. The drawing itself has an agency in the world in the way that it helps us kind of act. And then we realize maybe the agency is how we then decide how to draw. Because what like Stalin was saying, depending on the role the drawing has to play, you have to think as to how does one then think about it.
Now, what Miriam was saying earlier about whether the cartographer had the expertise, one of the things that we came across during the research was the Nazari Naksha, which was shown in one presentation as well. It's very interesting. What interesting because it came from the state as opposed to any other cartographers. But that was an attempt to sort of blend, like typical cartography with, like this blurry idea of the boundaries where the Adivasis, together with the officials, they try to map out what the perceived boundary of their regime. Whether that, as an exercise it was great, but the fact is that it never really took off because, like the process has been stalled, most of the FRA claims have been rejected or they're still in process. But I think the attempt there has been to kind of merge these two, like the perceptive sort of cartography and the very, Cartesian cartography. Because the truth is also that, like in the real politics of all of this, you have to have maps, right? Like, we are living in a regime where you have to administer areas, and unfortunately that happens through lines. So I think there is a need to also kind of bridge the scientific along with these, like these romantic sort of ideas of what boundary can be, right?
Thank you. Thank you.